Good morning. Can we do a sound check for Region 1?
We can hear Region 1. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Just push that middle button there. And oh. We like here.
Test, test, test. This.
No.
We go to see. He's there.
And it picks it up.
Stupid pen is driving us crazy.
Let me say, if I can't see him. Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I show 8:30 and we do have a quorum, so at your leisure, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Eric. And I will officially call this meeting of the Montana Fish Wildlife Commission to order. I'm Commissioner Brian Siebel. I'm actually sitting in for Chair Robinson today, who's out, and Vice Chair, I believe Vice Chair Walsh is online, but in a remote location. So I'm going to be chairing this meeting, and I'll do my best to fill in for the role, and obviously big shoes to fill. So with that, we'll get right into the agenda. And the first order is to do the Pledge of Allegiance with flags right behind me on the right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Our next order of business is the consideration of the approval of minutes from our April 17th commission meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
So moved.
Commissioner Brooks makes the motion.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Burrows. Any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next order of business is approval of commission expenses, should be in your book. This, I believe, Eric, this is for year to date. This is the entire fiscal year 25.
It is, Mr. Chairman. However, we are approaching fiscal year end, so some of the figures, the total figures will not be shown on that particular sheet, sir.
Thank you.
I'd move to approve the expenses as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Burrows, second by Commissioner Lane. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Welcome, Vice Chair Walsh. By the way. Motion carries. All right, we'll move right into commissioner reports and meeting disclosures. We'll wait. We have a new commissioner. Excited to introduce him. We'll wait, let him go last this time around. So I'm going to start, go to my right here with Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chair Siebel. I'll start out by saying I did not have any meetings with any outside groups since the last meeting. Region 7 held their summer regional meeting June 4th with Director Clark in attendance. The regional staff presented information related to implementing FWP's many landowner-based programs, and staff were able to spend time with Director Clark following the meeting in an informal setting. Staff are assisting landowners with game damage concerns as hay crops are attracting deer and elk from the drier habitats. It's amazing how we can go from a really good spring to now it's just drying out tremendously fast. The region held their summer CAC meeting on June 11th and welcomed 7 new members to the council. There was lots of discussion about deer and elk management, as was expected. The regional maintenance staff recently installed a memorial sign at Gartside Reservoir, memorializing the life of Harold Gartside, who was a game warden in that area in the 1950s. Warden Gartside lost his life while serving the public of Montana, and Gartside Reservoir fishing access site is named in his honor. The project was a brainchild of Vanessa Zeitner, the Assistant Office Administrator in Miles City. So many thanks to Vanessa for seeing this project through. Region 7 Kids Fishing Days programs with local school districts wrapped up for the season with 657 kids served in 20+ school and communities around the region. Partnerships with Walleyes Unlimited provided rods and reels to help with the efforts. And so many thanks to the regional staff, the local Walleyes Unlimited Club, and the community members and businesses for supporting this program. Going into wildlife, the wildlife staff's been busy putting the finishing touches on a series of habitat conservation lease applications. The public meeting was held June 10th to inform and answer any questions about the program. And then Region hosted a recent public meeting related to mule deer management and the development of the mule deer management plan. This meeting was well attended with close to 30 participants. The meeting focused on habitat regulations and ongoing issues. The public rotated through stations and invited their comments and ideas on these three general areas of discussion. So it's always good to get the feedback from the community. Moving into the fisheries area, the paddlefish season was highly successful this year with an estimated harvest very close, just under 1,000 fish. The season ended June 15th with a very positive feedback from the anglers. When I visited with Mike Backus, he says there have been no complaints this year as of this just a few days ago. So that was great to hear. Pallid sturgeon monitoring effects have shown that at least 5 hatchery origin pallid sturgeon and 2 wild adults, 1 male and 1 gravid female, have passed through the intake bypass channel. The 2 adults are the same fish that spawned in the Tongue River upstream of Miles City in 2023. These adults will be high priority for regional staff to monitor spawning activities in June upstream of intake. Just to give you an idea, that's got to be a good, I would guess it's got to be 50, 60 miles upstream from intake, just to give everybody an idea of how far that is. That's great to see. In enforcement, Mary Beth Alt, the district warden in Glendive, was awarded the Shikar Safari Award for Montana. This award recognizes the dedication and skills of 1 warden per state each year. Warden Alt's nomination selected for the award was well-deserved, and her efforts and talents were appropriately recognized. So congratulations, Warden Alt. Lastly, the block management contract renewals are about completed. When finished, we'll have close to 350 contracts within the regional program. Many thanks to all the regional staff and all those that are engaged in working with the landowners and this important department program. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Lane. Commissioner Brooke.
Thank you. It's on. With help from the fisheries staff, Region 3's continued working to promote awareness and participation among anglers to get reports of tagged fish caught in the Big Hole, Beaverhead, Ruby, and Madison rivers as part of the joint studies that they're doing with MSU. This communication effort includes signs, magazine articles, videos, news releases, social media, news media, and other efforts. They also have some other education events, doing some bow hunter education and field days. They certified 491 students. They had Townsend Ag Day, Whitehall Kids Fishing Day, and bear safety talks in both Belgrade and Whitehall. Maintenance work continues at Lewis and Clark Caverns for a new potable water system. We were just up there this week and there are signs saying there was a problem. It should be installed by December of this year. They're installing new kiosks and displays at the wildlife management areas throughout the region. Ennis and Valley Garden fishing access sites were repaired from the winter ice gorging event, and they're fully open for public use now. Work is going to begin this summer for adding a boat ramp at Immigrant Fishing Access Site. That one was, I think, completely obliterated during the flood. Work should begin at the Pine Creek Fishing Access out of Livingston this summer and fall to install an extension to the boat ramp. They installed bear-resistant containers at the Headwaters State Park. Wildlife, we've successfully filled the Region 3 Wolf Specialist vacancy with Matt Thorpe, who joins us as our new carnivore specialist. Matt brings decades of experience and is already contributing to the ongoing wolf monitoring and carnivore-related projects. Season setting, like all the regions, is ongoing. And they're getting good feedback, pretty good number of people showing up at the meetings. The grizzly bear specialists continue to respond to an uptick in conflict-related calls while simultaneously conducting research, trapping efforts in key areas. With urban black bear conflicts on the rise, all regional wildlife staff recently completed a specialized training session focused on effective conflict response and community safety. Staff continue to engage with the public, landowners, and stakeholders through the season, setting and scoping meetings. Under fisheries, runoff in most rivers is coming to an end as flows are quickly dropping. I think I'm going to skip that part because Adam's going to do a whole thing on drought. French Creek, which is one of the largest native species restoration efforts in Region 3, is off to a great start with several years of cutthroat and Arctic grayling reintroductions completed. Major restoration efforts with partners include the Big Hole Watershed Committee, the George Grant chapter of TU, and the DNRC. These have improved fish passage at several perched culverts and lead to significant in-stream improvements that provide great spawning and rearing habitats in the headwaters. And these are where historic gold mining left the streams in pretty poor condition. Under recreation, river recreation, including boat ramps and campgrounds, are very busy. Staff's busy managing the access sites as well as the commercial permit system on the Big Hole, Madison, and Beaverhead. Under enforcement, the division asked for 7 FTE during the session. Region 3 was awarded 1 new FTE, which will be in the Whitehall area. This will free up work demands from Butte, Boulder, Sheridan, and Bozeman wardens. Shane Brozovich is retiring from the agency with 22 years of service. Shane has served the Madison County community for many years. His selfless dedication and passion will be greatly missed in the region. Shane was a great coworker, but most importantly, a great friend to several people across FWP. Bozeman wardens have been addressing several DNRC issues across Logan and Buffalo Jump area. They've done a great job educating the public on seasonal closures and license requirements. Bozeman wardens also recently evicted a homeless encampment at Cherry Creek River FAS. They're now working with the maintenance division to clean up the area. Stream access issues and shed hunting trespass was fairly consistent across the region. This received a lot of attention from enforcement. Several of these calls were directly from landowners calling their local game warden. The landowner relationships with wardens are paramount to several of these calls. And that concludes the Region 3 update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooke. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, first groups I met with Sportsmen for Fish Wildlife, Mule Deer Foundation, Ravalli County Fish Wildlife Association, and the Montana Conservation Society. For Region 2 updates on wildlife staff are holding public season setting scoping meetings throughout the region during the month of June, and would just like to give a kudos to that interaction of staff between the public. Sometimes they get a little controversial, and those biologists come well prepared, and their interactions are very professional. I think they do a great job there. On the enforcement side, we had Sergeant Aaron Berg recently retire from the enforcement division with over 20 years of service. We thank Aaron for his dedicated service to protecting Montana's natural resources. Recreation sites across the region have been very busy with warm temperatures. Wardens have been spending time patrolling local lakes and rivers with the increased usage due to the warm temperatures. On communication education, that we had the Hooked on Fishing program wrapped up early this month with fishing field trips with nearly 750 local 4th and 5th grade students. FWP hosted a booth with general outreach on aquatic invasive species info at the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers North American Rendezvous in Missoula this past weekend. Several staff also gave special presentations on wildlife and CWD. On parks and outdoor rec, we just had seasonal orientation this month for staff. The Milltown State Park Overlook project has been completed and is now open to the public. River Ambassadors will start mid-June. River Ambassadors focus on river education at Missoula area fishing access sites and state parks. Fishing access site visitation has been fluctuating with high flows and early summer hatches. We expect to continue to see anglers and floaters out most weekends. The Clearwater Crossing fishing access site construction project and redesign is slated to break ground midsummer, and we're currently waiting on the cultural compliance. The Fish Creek Trails collaborative application period closed last month, FWP staff are reviewing applications to submit to Director's Office for approval. On fisheries, spring sampling has been completed on the region's lakes and rivers. Sampling is done to update the status of fish populations in response to harvest, stocking, and drought. As of mid-June, regional rivers are reflecting mid-July flows and nearly completed snow melt. If the weather reflects more summer conditions rather than spring, then we'll be looking at hoot owl regulations earlier than usual. For access, spring turkey and bear season wrapped up. BMAs are now closed until the fall hunting season. Access agreements are being finalized for 2025 hunting season, anticipating a few new cooperators to add to this year's program. Hiring process for seasonal access techs is underway. Access guides are being finalized and prepared to be sent to print for August release date. And we had 4 landowner appreciation dinners that were held at the beginning of June to show gratitude for existing block management cooperators. End of report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. We'll go online to Vice Chair Walsh, if you're available for your update.
Yeah, good morning. And I apologize for not being there this morning. Quick report here. Grizzly bears have been active this spring, and the staff of R4 have responded to an above average number of human and livestock conflicts. BMU 400 closed June 3rd as a result of the cumulative spring harvest exceeding the 37% for female bears. The R4 spring harvest total was 117, which was 68 male and 49 female. There was a small wildland fire that was started by a trailer on the Beartooth WMA, and that was extinguished efficiently. And the wildlife staff are hosting the 26-27 season setting regulation scoping meetings. We have 6 more over the next 2 weeks, ranging from Conrad to Choteau, Utica, Great Falls, Stanford, and Fort Benton. And I encourage the public to attend if they can. I also encourage FWP's communications team to consider how we can generate higher attendance at these meetings. I attended the mule deer scoping meeting, and I was disappointed in the turnout for that, given the passion that so many Montana hunters have for mule deer. I think it's a function of the word not getting out. And we have a lot of tools with social media and hunt talk groups that would love to help promote those meetings. Unfortunately, there have been 2 water-related fatalities this spring in R4. There was a fatal accident involving a kayak in the Craig area and a drowning in the Great Falls Broadwater Bay area. Dangerous time of year on the water, and encourage all to practice safe practices with life jackets, etc. The Great Falls Family Fishing Day was on June 7th at Wadsworth Pond. FWP, Walleyes Unlimited, and Sun River Watershed Group and Missouri River Fly Fishers worked the event. There was a great weather and a good turnout of over 600 people. Thanks to all who helped with that event. R4 hosted a CAC meeting on June 3rd. It was the first meeting with newly appointed CAC members. There was good attendance and good discussion. The next R4 CAC meeting will be on August 20th. FWP has acquired a new building in Lewistown that will serve as the new FWP office in about a year when the renovations are complete. Max Evans in Region 4 accepted a master's project on bighorn sheep with MSU. Max will start classes and the project late summer, early fall, so congrats to Max. I had one outside meeting of significance. That was with the Property and Environment Research Center and Montana Conservation Society, where we discussed wildlife conservation on large private land holdings, as well as hunter access programs on those types of properties. I also met with the staff from TRCP, the Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, of which I sit on their board, but we discussed mule deer scoping in light of what we're discussing at the state. I also met with the R4 leadership team to review scoping for the 2026 season. That's my report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walsh. I'd like to, at this point in time in the meeting, I'd like to introduce our newest commissioner from Region 1. Ian Wargos was appointed, and this will be his first meeting, and I've asked Ian to do a little bit of introduction for himself before he gives his Region 1 update. So welcome to the commission.
Yeah, Chair Siebel, thank you. For everybody here, Ian Wargo from Region 1, born and raised in the Flathead Valley, graduated from Columbia Falls High, went to, got a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Montana State. Currently work as a civil engineer locally, still continue that as my full-time job and this on the side. So hopefully I have time for balance and everything, but yeah, I'm excited to be here in this position. Just kind of got engaged in the whole process through some elk and mule deer advisory groups, citizen advisory groups as well. So just kind of engaging in the process, and this is just the opportunity for next step for continued engagement. So looking forward to working with everybody from the commission, the department, and the public. It's should be exciting. So going into communication from the public. I didn't have any in-person meetings, but I did take calls from Houndsman Association, Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, Wild Livelihoods, and Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. So Region 1 update. I guess first off, I don't know if it's been announced at a commission meeting yet, but we do have a new Region 1 supervisor. Amber Steed was selected for that position. So I got to meet with Amber and some of the other Region 1 staff here last week. So that was exciting to get to know some more of the folks down there, and excited to see Amber in this new position. So FWP staff and regional fisheries, parks and outdoor rec, maintenance division, et cetera, they've been working on trying to pursue some options for some new public access on the Clark Fork River between Plains and Thompson Falls. There's kind of a dead zone in there, so they're working on developing some new partnerships, maybe some options with the Forest Service to look at expanding some access. Wildlife update. We're going to have the season setting meetings coming up here, kicking off next week. The biologists, they're wrapping up their final season of the Noxon Adaptive Elk Carnivore and Habitat project, with crews capturing newborn calves right now, getting collars on calves. This is a pretty extensive, really cool project. There's under the department's wildlife management, like elk research tab. There's a lot of information on that project for anybody that's interested in looking into the specifics. We've got a cool new project that's going on. We've Region 1 biologists are out. They're starting the first year of a 3-year research project using trail cameras to try to better assess wildlife abundance and deer, elk, black bear, et cetera, as there's some severe limitations to our ability to perform your standard aerial flights just due to cover restraints. Region 1 also hosted a mule deer plan meeting. I attended that as a citizen. Attendance was mediocre. There's 14 in attendance, but some really good positive discussions and great presentations given by local biologist staff. So that was appreciated. Fisheries update. I think we're probably faring better than the rest of the state, but we're also we also have a historically low snowpack, stream flows below 25 percentile. So, even in the northwest corner where it's rare, we might be looking at some of those hoot owl restrictions as well. There's also concerns, kind of larger level with the Flathead Lake levels being so low, not reaching full pool. So there's a lot of meetings going on with FWP, Bureau of Rec, CSKT, Hungry Horse Dam operators, et cetera, to kind of come up with a collaborative plan to approach those concerningly low levels. Enforcement report, their Region 1's currently underway, looking for a new Region 1 captain. They also have 3 open warden positions, 2 in Sanders County, 1 in Whitefish, and they got a lot of casework going on and existing violations, anything from bighorn sheep, moose, night hunting, et cetera. So they've been very busy there. Parks and Outdoor Rec, they received an allocation for 2.2 new FTEs. So excited to see a little bit of extra help there. Construction's underway at Yellow Bay State Park. That's a very well-used state park that provides fishing access on Flathead Lake. It was an exciting new project, Sportsman Bridge fishing access site that's expected to begin in any time. Now that there was the existing Sportsman Bridge fishing access site needs to be relocated for new bridge projects. So the new access site's going across on the other side of the river from where it is currently. So that'll be expand the number of stalls, and it'll be exciting for that to take place. Construction scheduled for Summers Beach State Park on June 16th. There's some new walking paths and latrines, fencing, etc. So this is another exciting project, much needed for a lot of expanded use in that area. Region 1 also was participating in the Hooked On Fishing program. We had over 1,800 fourth graders that went to Pine Grove Pond. So that's awesome. Awesome program, and exciting to see that many in attendance. Bow hunter education, trapper education courses have largely concluded until this fall. Saw a lot of increased utilization of those, and there's also a new bull trout identification test that was recently posted to the website. That'll be exciting. We have a lot of concerns with the state of bull trout, so a helpful educational resource for folks to be able to properly identify those fish when they're out in the field. So that's what I have from Region 1.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Wargo. And again, welcome to the commission.
Appreciate it.
Just a brief Region 5 update. I did not meet with any outside groups since the last meeting. And at Region 5 on the wildlife side, we finished our mule deer green up sheep and goat flights, and they're analyzing that data now. The good news from Region 5 is moose flight was successfully conducted earlier this winter. We had higher than average count observed, which is great. Also on the positive side is our mule deer and whitetail fawn recruitment seem to have improved across the region this year. So that's all good news. Region 5 also hosted a mule deer planning night, public scoping meeting, and we were very fortunate, and I appreciate the members of the public. We had over 40 members of the public attend our meeting, which really shows the passion and interest in the mule deer topic. It was a really good sharing of ideas and interests. Also held after that a season setting meeting, which was not as well attended, but we did have some virtual attendance and in-person attendance. I was also in attendance at that meeting, and some, even though it was a small crowd, some fantastic ideas really coming out of the public for things that we might do. And like like Vice Chair Walsh, I definitely encourage over communication by the department as much as we can in every region for all of these meetings, because I think the public input in this, there's a buzz around the season setting process this year, I guess is the best way to put it. I think the public's really interested. I think the commission is interested in the department to see what we can come up with to make some changes. And so I encourage the public and everyone to attend and participate in that process along the way. Black bear season in Region 5 closed officially on June 15th, so just this week. And they're finalizing their final checks. As of Monday, we had 93 bears harvested in Region 5. The new Bear Management Unit 530 that we created last year at the commission, or 2 years ago, sorry, in the season setting process, which was a late open, only stayed open 6 days this year, May 25th through May 30th. So interesting stats. On the fisheries side, we've got an EA for tiger trout stocking in 4 mountain lakes in Region 5. Of those, 3 are going to end up being stocked this year, and that's Crater, Lily Pad, and Companion Lakes. So exciting if those are areas that you fish in. Fisheries is also working with Zoo Montana and Billings, providing fish and educational information to the new pond addition to the zoo where they're going to have fishing opportunities. In the enforcement side, we did fill our Region 5 Harlowtown warden position, and that warden will be starting near the end of July there. So excited to have that position filled. Covers a wide area and a lot of different mountain ranges. I have mentioned in the past some of our out-of-state investigations in Region 5. We did have one of those that we actually caught out-of-state hunters unlawfully harvesting bull elk and mule deer. We recovered 4 illegal bull elk mounts and 4 illegal deer mounts, and charges are pending on that for that case. So I'm glad to see enforcement going after people even out of state. On the Parks and Rec side, or Parks and Outdoor Recreation side, block management contracts are being finalized with 90% of them being completed already this year. And last, on the communication side, Chrissy Webb and the wildlife staff did a bear awareness meeting and bear spray training in Red Lodge, and they were smart. They held it at Red Lodge Ales, the brew pub there in Red Lodge, and got over 40 members of the public to attend. So good use of a venue, and obviously a good topic, especially in that area where we're seeing ever increasing human grizzly interaction. So appreciate that. And that is the update for Region 5. Now we'll move on. Next agenda item is the director's report, and Quentin Kujula, who is Chief of Conservation Policy, is going to fill in for the director today. Quentin.
Thank you, Chair. And I would start out by the director's work schedule takes her in another direction today. She does send her salutations and her thanks for the work that you do. The commissioners have done a great job, Chair, and other commissioners covering activity. And I'll be careful not to restate or overstate some of the things that have already been mentioned. Short list here, Chair. Communication has come up a couple times, and we've launched a series of newsletters that'll be repetitive over the course of the year to better target our public information with relevant information relevant in the context of their awareness to decisions and products and opportunities to engage the department. So a step to that end of more outreach, over communication being better than under communication, Chair. Thank you for that. Folks have hinted Hunter Ed has been a big topic, continues to be a big topic in a whole bunch of venues. It was referenced here earlier. Just would restate that not just classes, but field days are going on across the state. All of them vigorously attended. Great news to hear. We're beginning a new interim work cycle with the Private Land Public Wildlife Advisory Council. So looking forward to that new opportunity. It's not a clean slate. Some of those topics, as the commission well knows, move from one meeting to another, from one year to another, from one cycle to another. But we're on the front end of this interim, so exciting to start that and engage some really relevant conversations with an additional committed venue to Montana's natural resources and the partners therein. We're working hard on legislative implementation now that the session is done and the decisions are final and visible to everybody. That's a process that we commit ourselves to do as soon as possible so that we don't lose details, whether they're written down, documented, or just memory in conversations. And those include the development of implementation plans, team leads to develop those plans and make sure those plans are followed, and communication with legislators. There is also a legislative summary that's now available online, and it's being presented to the regional CACs for those that are interested in what legislative material found its way into the session. And that summary covers both the bills that have passed and the products that flow from those bills, but also those bills that didn't. So we think it's pretty comprehensive coverage of the stuff that touches fish, wildlife, and parks one way or another. And that, just to make a hard connection to today, one of today's agenda is an implementation piece for Senate Bill 83. We'll get to that more, but just a very, very tangible example of that implementation happening seamlessly with the conclusion of the legislative process, and other pieces to come to this venue in future meetings. One of the things that hardly noticed, we thank fiscal staff for that, but we're approaching, it was referenced by Eric in the context of the expenses. We're coming to the close of a current fiscal year, start of a new fiscal year. That'll be July 1. So you can imagine there's a lot of work to make sure that things are closed and helping staff make sure they're closed and moving on to a next fiscal year budget. Busy field season has been mentioned, a whole bunch of stuff going on, everything from lots of visitation from the public, expectations from the public, field efforts, whether it be access agreements, research or monitoring or fish planting, lots going on. Appreciate the field staff that are working hard with that. We've also started at the regional scale, and sometimes regions are grouped together with weekly fire calls. These are interagency, interpartner calls to ensure the department's contemporary awareness of conditions and restrictions consistency with county decisions as it relates to fire stages or alarm stages, concern stage relative to dry conditions and fire. Wolf litigation continues. Wolf is not specifically on the topic this agenda, but it will be in August. And recently there was a hearing yesterday, 2 days ago. Doesn't matter. Earlier this week in federal court, a challenge to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's assessment of maintained state management for the Northern Rocky Mountain wolf population. And then this last item, Chair, the department doesn't have a whole lot to do with it, but we thought it important to note that June 20th, that's tomorrow, will be the longest daylight hours this year in the Northern Hemisphere. And the obvious positive point being that winter is coming, Chair. I trust you'll let us know when we're not helpful, Chair. Commissioner.
Thank you, Quinn. We'll move right into the rest of the agenda, and we'll have Adam Strainer with Fisheries Division.
Mr. Chairman, if I could briefly, just a housekeeping issue. This is only the second meeting we've had in this venue, so the microphones we're using are not extremely sensitive. So for those that are stepping to the podium today, if you would make sure that the mic is close to your mouth so we can all hear you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Strainer, drought information update.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that's a perfect segue. Winter is coming as I prepare to give the first agenda item, which is, I guess I should introduce myself, Adam Strainer, Fisheries Division Administrator. Here to talk today, as Commissioner Brook alluded to, give you a drought update. Drought season's here, so I'll give you a general update from the internal drought work group, which we'd like to thank Commissioner Brook for attending this past week, and also extend an invite to any and all of you every Tuesday at 9 a.m. Our staff get together, so if any of you are interested in joining, please reach out to us and we'll get you on the list to get you on the team's call. But with that, I'll talk today about conditions across regions that typically have fishing restrictions or closures, and those are coming sooner than we want to admit. And so, and as I say that, today will be the first hoot owl closure you'll see go in place on the Madison River upstream of Hebgen Dam up to the national park boundary. So we're already at the beginning, and so expect to see, especially in Region 3, as I'll talk here in a minute, some drought, hoot owl or restrictions coming soon. So with that, I'll start with Region 1. Snowpack is in the 40 to 50% range remaining, which is actually higher than I expected. But most river flows peaked over the last couple weeks. So, and with that, if you recall last year, we had our first hoot owl closure on the North Fork of the Flathead River, and we anticipate seeing something similar to that again. So again, we're starting to not only see drought effect routinely in areas of the state, but now we're starting to kind of move into new portions of the state that we historically have not seen drought effects. And so hoot owls are anticipated to go on probably by mid-July in that neck of the woods. And then last, to speak to Commissioner Brooks' point, she was curious about the FERC process involving SKQ Dam. So in essence, Flathead Lake, to maintain reservoir elevations, a waiver was given to SKQ Dam to operate down from the normal operations, and I hope I get this correct, from 12,000 down to 7,000 CFS to maintain a higher than as close to normal lake elevations in the reservoir. In addition, operations below Hungry Horse are remaining normal to also benefit Flathead Lake reservoir elevations. So that's kind of in general the update from Region 1. Region 2, daily temps across the region. Water temps are starting to get into that critical 73-degree range. And so anticipate probably in the next couple of weeks. We're thankful here last week to get some cooler weather. That's probably stringing us along for a little bit longer before we really start to see the effects of hoot owl restrictions and some closures in Region 2. But 80s are coming after this cooling trend coming this weekend. So if you're starting to notice a theme, there is a theme. Region 3, recent rains have gained us a little bit of time in other portions of the Madison, but again, it's coming soon. And as I alluded to, we already implemented our first hoot owl closure. Beaverhead, Ruby, Jefferson, all of those are probably coming soon. And then also just a reminder that we follow closely the drought management plan for the Big Hole, which has critical thresholds as we go throughout the season. And those typically you'll start to see closures on portions, if not all, of the Big Hole here in the near future. So let's see, on to Region 4, most of the region is in, again, moderate to abnormally dry. Now this portion of the state the reservoirs are low, the streams are low. I just drove past the Dearborn the other day. I mean, you're talking base flows. We're seeing late July levels in mid-June in a lot of these places. Reservoirs like Willow Creek are not going to fill. Gibson Dam isn't going to fill for the second time, back-to-back years. And this is only analogous back to the 1940s was the last time this happened. So drought on the Rocky Mountain front is real, and it's going to be really impactful this year. So probably lots of hoot owl closure considerations, even in places like the Missouri River. As we've seen in recent times, high angling pressure can lead to areas where we need to consider that as an important cog in making our decision as to how we approach things. The Little Belts and the Smith, those are also pretty low. So again, the theme is things are coming, hoot owl closures and potential restrictions are also being considered in most all of these regions. And the last region I wanted to touch on today, because regions 1 through 5 are typically where all of our hoot owl restrictions or closures occur. I'll end with the Bighorn Basin is of concern. Many reservoirs in Wyoming are not expected to fill. Same theme. Mystic River is not expected to fill and will likely remain like 30 feet below full pool. So a lot of drought across the entire state, and it's not probably good. It's going to get worse before it gets better. So we appreciate the managers and you guys working together as we bring these, important, critically timed closures and restrictions to you guys. So we appreciate the responsiveness, as has been tradition. So, and then lastly, to speak to the point about changing the way we're doing our outreach, as commissioners, as Vice Chair Walsh mentioned, as well as Quentin, we did do our first virtual town hall meeting this past week where we invited members of the press and public for a lunchtime virtual town hall to discuss this very critical topic of drought management. We actually had over 50 people in attendance. And we like to think, somebody said 1.1 million online, but I know that's just a joke, but 50 people attending a meeting with FWP is a pretty big deal. So I think maybe we're onto something there with the way we approach that virtual town hall, and I would strongly encourage staff to consider that as a tool moving forward. So with that, unless there are any questions about drought, I'll kind of end the drought conversation there. Yeah.
Mr. Stern, can you talk about the process of a hoot owl? Because I know we changed that a few years ago. The commissioners you don't need commissioner approval. You just notify the commissioner when that happens. Or could you talk through the process?
Yes, Chair Siebel, members of the commission. Yes, so the fish manager will reach out to you, or a member of the division staff will reach out, and it's basically an awareness situation. We'll ask for your we'll keep you in the loop to make sure you're aware that we're in fact going to put the restriction in place. So it's not so much an approval process as it is an awareness, just so that you're comfortable with us making the decision to put the closure or restriction in place. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from
Mr.
the
Chair.
commission? Commissioner Brooke?
Thanks for the update. So when I heard about the closure on the Upper Madison, there was a conversation that the park was also going to do a hoot owl.
Mhm.
Did they do the hoot owl?
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brooke. Yeah, so we've been working with the park over the last couple of years to really solidify a parallel hoot owl closure within the park as well as within the state. And so they're, I believe, planning to put that in place almost immediately after we do. So, and their thresholds are even less. So they could actually go before us in a lot of cases.
What is their threshold?
Their thresholds are down into the 60s. So like, for instance, we could put closures on bull trout water bodies at 60, for example, or cutthroat trout waters at 66 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, we're talking basically all native species country up in the park. So, but we're trying to work to do simultaneous press releases with staff. And I know Region 3 staff are working day in and day out with park staff to really sync that up.
The reason why that's important is the Upper Madison goes into the park
And
and
then-
out of the park and into the park and out of the park.
Yep.
And so anglers that are fishing there, they don't know.
Mhm.
And so it's an enforcement nightmare on a hoot owl if the park's not in sync with us.
Yep. And we've been trying to go up to our boundary and beyond and get in sync with them so that we're all on the same page to make it as easy as possible for anglers to understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the vice chair has a question.
Vice Chair Walsh?
Chair Siebel, Mr. Strainer, thanks for the report, although negative. I just want to encourage the department, if we can get any kind of lead on these closures, so we can give particularly outfitters and lodge owners, some advance notice. So if we can get the notice out early in the day for the following day, or even 2 days in advance, if you know we're headed that direction, I think the earlier we can get the closure notices out, the better. Thanks.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the emergency regulation change in Red Rock Creek grayling.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Siebel, members of the commission. So for the next agenda item, I'm here to recommend a full fishing closure for Red Rock Creek from Upper Red Rock Lake to Elk Lake Road, excuse me. The Arctic grayling population in this portion of the Centennial Valley has been at critically low population levels in recent years, and it's time to fully protect this Aboriginal population before it's too late. At this time, there are only about 150 individuals remaining in the spawning population. And that portion also includes their last remaining spawning habitat in the valley. I'd like to point out that FWP anticipates reopening this section to angling if the grayling population recovers to approximately 400 spawning aged fish in the population. However, at this time, the time is now to continue to do all we can to ensure we keep Arctic grayling on the landscape in the Centennial Valley. With that, I'll stand for questions, and also available online as FWP Region 3 Fish Manager Mike Duncan if necessary. Any questions?
Thank you.
I have
Commissioner Brooke?
Chair Siebel, thank you. Fish, Wildlife and Parks has been trying to solve this problem throughout several years. When I first got on the commission, there was talk about water pipeline that was going to aerate the lake. The Fish, Wildlife and Parks and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was sued, and the judge issued a restraining order that we could not do that. The department could not do that. Where do we stand with that? Will this what did the TRO say we could never do anything, or did it say Fish, Wildlife and Parks hadn't done enough? Would we ever be able to go back and install that, or what's the approach on that?
Yes, Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook, I'm going to defer, if I may, to the regional fish manager, Mike Duncan, if he is available online. I do believe so. And Mike, did you hear the question?
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook, our camera doesn't seem to be working, but can you hear me?
We can see you fine.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Now we can.
Okay. Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook, Adam, we are in the process of revisiting alternatives with the Fish and Wildlife Service and a stakeholder group. We meet weekly with the Fish and Wildlife Service on potential improvements that we can make in and around the refuge in support of grayling. That involves working on the dam on Lower Lake, which actually controls elevations to some degree in Upper Lake, where most of the population resides, and figuring out a path forward for potential long-term solutions in Upper Lake, including the alternatives we identified prior to the lawsuit that includes piping in water from tributaries to the main part of the lake. So yes, we, in cooperation with the Fish and Wildlife Service, are looking at everything we can do in and outside of the refuge to support grayling.
Thank you, Mike. Chair Siebel, another question. So is it the intention of the department that you would go back to the court and say, we fulfilled these, we now want to put the drain in to aerate the lake? Or would you leave the wilderness issue completely out of and the TRO off the table?
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook, I think at this point, as Mike indicated, we are working with the stakeholders to develop the alternatives, and past alternatives, potentially new alternatives are still all on the table. I don't believe we have selected a path forward at this point, or perhaps Mike has some further details, but we continue to work with our stakeholders to develop a solution.
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook, if I may, Adam is correct. Everything is still on the table. We're kind of in a holding pattern for now because the judge and Fish and Wildlife Service came back we're in the middle of completing, or the Fish and Wildlife Service is in the middle of completing a special species status assessment to reevaluate the need to list this distinct population of grayling under the Endangered Species Act. So over the next 2 years, we'll be working with the Fish and Wildlife Service on that assessment, which will also include potential management actions that we can take for conservations in the future. So our first priority right now is to work on that SSA with the Fish and Wildlife Service, while also identifying things we can do now and in the near term to work on the long-term viability of that population. So it's gotten a bit more complex with the other lawsuit decisions that have kind of factored into a bigger picture for grayling in Southwest Montana.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Hearing none, can I get a motion, please?
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed emergency angling regulation and close Red Rock Creek to angling year-round from Upper Red Rock Lake to Elk Lake Road. Red Rock Creek upstream from Elk Lake Road will remain open to fishing with artificial lures only year-round, except for closure from May 1st through June 14th.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Brook and a second from Commissioner Lane. Beat you to it, Vice Chair Walsh.
Okay.
Any discussion on the motion before we go out for public comment? Hearing none, there's a motion on the table to approve the recommendation of the department. And with that, we'll go out for public comment now. Yes, thank you, Mr. Stringer. We'll, just as a reminder, we'll start with everyone here in the room to do public comments. So we'll limit the comments to 2 minutes, and Eric has the timer for that. They will then move to the regional office. If the regional offices have anyone there to comment, any members of the public to comment on the motion on the floor, please turn on your camera and we'll call on you. And then last, we'll go to anyone that's online on the Zoom meeting of the public that wants to comment. And again, everyone will be limited to 2 minutes. So we'll start here in the room. And please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Good morning, commissioners. Chair Siebel, members of the commission. My name is Jeff Lucas, Lukas. I represent Montana Trout Unlimited and Trout Unlimited. I'd like to just start by welcoming Commissioner Wargo to the commission personally and professionally. I'm happy to see him on the commission, and I know he will represent the folks in Region 1 very well. Regarding FWP's proposal to close fishing year-round from Upper Red Rocks Lake to Elk Lake Road Bridge, TU is in full support. These seasonal closures, we've supported them in the past as Arctic grayling populations have declined severely. With their numbers continuing to decline, we agree that this is a necessary step. This proposal is a necessary tool because it builds on years of conservation work in the centennials. And while we do know that wintering habitat is the main limiting factor for Arctic grayling, we would like to emphasize the need for continued monitoring to assess the closure's effect. TU does not take lightly the limiting of opportunity for the public to use their resources, but we do believe that with Arctic grayling populations continuing to decline and being so low, it would be irresponsible to continue fishing in their crucial spawning habitat. So we urge you to pass on this proposal, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commentators here in Helena? Seeing none, anyone in the regional offices? Eric, do you see anyone?
There were nothing in the regional offices, Mr. Chair.
All right. No public comment from the regional offices. We'll go to online comments. Eric?
Mr. Chairman, I have Sally Schrank online. Sally, go ahead, please.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sally Schrank, SCHRANK. I'm here today representing the Ruby Valley Strategic Alliance. The Alliance is a diverse group of individuals and organizations that find common ground through shared conservation values for the greater Ruby landscape in Southwest Montana. In our landscape, working ranches and public lands are inextricably tied. We believe management decisions are both strengthened through lasting partnerships. We value maintaining and enhancing our working lands, our water and fisheries resources, outdoor way of life, wilderness heritage, quiet country, and high quality recreation experiences. RVSA is one of 2 local collaboratives participating in the Red Rock Lakes Grayling Stakeholder Facilitation Workshop. Through that process, we continue to support efforts to conserve Arctic grayling. We support the need for a full year fishing closure on Red Rock Creek from Upper Red Rock Lake to Elk Lake Road to fully protect this unique grayling population. This proposal is a critical component to the survival of this iconic fish species for future generations. This action aligns with broader conservation goals outlined by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This proposed regulation will improve the long-term outlook for this population of Arctic grayling. Thank you for considering this important regulatory change. We strongly encourage you to approve the proposal and continue supporting efforts to protect Arctic grayling in Upper Red Rock Lake and its surrounding ecosystems.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there are no further commenters online.
All right. Last chance for public comment from the offices. I see none. Right. No more public comment. We'll close the public comment on this motion, and any further discussion or questions on the motion on the table. Seeing none, all those in favor of the proposed motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to the Wildlife Division, and Mr. Wakeling, we'll go ahead and get started right away with the 2025-26 mountain lion quota discussion.
Thank you, Chair Siebel. I knew I was going to do that.
almost-
Members of the commission. The first thing I want to make, it seems as though there's an awful lot of confusion, especially with Lions. Anytime we're trying to make a proposal, the more we try to make it clear what our recommendation is, we seem to cloud it. And so I just want to be real clear that the department is recommending changes to 4 lion management units. Lion Management Unit 320, we're recommending a reduction of the female quota from 4 to 2, and the male quota would remain unchanged. In Lion Management Unit 331, we want to reduce the female quota from 2 to 1, and the male quota would remain unchanged. In Lion Management Unit 350, reduce the male quota from 3 to 2, and the female quota remains unchanged at 2. And in Lion Management Unit 413, we're recommending an increase in the male quota from 3 to 5 and the female quota from 2 to 5. And so we had tried to, the commission in 2023 provided direction to the department to manage our lion populations largely for a sustained reduction throughout much of the state and for some stability in certain portions of the state. When that recommendation came in or when that direction came in 2023, there's a lot of misunderstanding, I think, in the public that we were looking to reduce, in some instances, lion populations by 40% a given year. The intent is not to make any reductions effective in a year. Those reductions were intended to take place over the course of 6 years. And so from that, the lion quotas and the direction the commission provided to the department was to maintain those at a steady state, if you will. If it be a reduction, if it be a stable population, but to maintain that over the course of 6 years. The year prior, we had brought a recommendation from the department that endorsed a lion ecoregional population objective committee that was developed in the northwest part of the state. Overall, within that ecoregion, the committee recommended that the reduction be 12.5% over the course of that 6-year period of time. We also brought forth a recommendation from a West Central Lion Ecoregional Population Objective Committee from last year that included a recommendation to maintain a stable population for the West Central. And we shared that with the commission. The commission chose to largely stay with their existing direction. And just for clarity, when we say we want to maintain a stable population, that doesn't mean harvest stays at where it is right now. When we use a variety of different models to try to incorporate the most information that we have. We use 2 different approaches. One is a spatially explicit capture-recapture model. It's a mark recapture model using genetic analysis. And what it does over the course of 2 years gives us an estimate for the number of animals that exist within a ecoregion based on the data that we've collected within 2 representative areas. And then we use that to inform an integrated population model to look at change over time. And then our goal is to come back in 6 years, resample it with a spatially explicit capture-recapture model so that we can detect whether or not the change we anticipated with the modeled removals would actually have the effect that we intended. And for the departments, from a research standpoint, if we hold the treatment constant over time, that's easiest for us. But it's not a deal killer if it changes in between. We can still model the differences in harvest over time. And so there is no overlying research directive that's going to be flummoxed in some way because we change those. We're able to incorporate that and model it. And in order to be able to do that, we've got to have 6 years between those two. And so when we did the initial lion ecoregional population objective committees, it was based on data that was collected essentially 5 years ago. So in next winter, we will be moving back into the Northwest ecoregion to initiate 2 years of data collection there. And so that'll be the first time, basically 2, perhaps 3 years from now, will be the first time that we've got those 2 data points from our seeker models that we'll be able to look at and try to connect the dots with our integrated population model. So part of the additional confusion that I think that we incorporated in some of the presentation materials we shared with the commission, our regional staff receive feedback from a number of different inputs. So we were in the middle, in Region 3, we were in the middle of our spatially explicit capture modeling, the first time we've been in there to do that. And so there's some general impressions about abundance of lions within that area. There's another number of things that may help our biologists draw inferences. Some of it is radio-colored animals that they have in other studies. They can get they can draw inferences from what they're seeing as far as some of that demographic data that they're getting. They can look at harvest data, and they can also see how that's changing. Additionally, they regularly meet with some of the groups that have a pretty good handle on, their encounter rate with things like mountain lions, specifically houndsmen. And so, it's not unique that they would meet with a specific interest group. We do it with the mule deer groups. We do it with trapping groups. We frequently meet with those groups that have special interests in that particular species. And so we get their feedback as well. And so in the process of doing that, what we develop from each of our regions that wish to make a change is a justification sheet. And so Region 3 prepared a justification sheet for a proposed change, and we shared that with the commission and the public. And our intent there is to be as transparent as possible. We got these recommendations from our regions that incorporate some of those concerns. But the way the process works is when those requests and those recommendations come in, they are recommendations. And so the agency has to process that. And on page 5 of the Region 3 recommendation, I provided a response to the region on why we were not carrying forward their recommendation at this point in time. And it's not, it's entirely likely that there may be fewer lions in Region 3 than what there were 2 years ago. We don't have definitive data that will describe that, but that's essentially what the direction the commission provided to the department. And so the department's been following that. And if we've got a reduction in lions, that's altogether possible. However, as we analyze it, we're looking at trying to be true to what the commission directed the department to provide. And so our recommendation constitutes the consistent reduction within the Southwest ecoregion, which includes, at this point in time, those adjustments that I provided. They are allowing for a reduction in portions of the harvest in portions of Region 3 and an increase in the harvest in portions of Region 4. And that keeps the overall ecoregion at the trajectory that the commission directed the department 2 years ago. And it acknowledges that it's very likely that we do have some what I would say inconsistent responses in abundance is not uniform. And so we're seeing potentially some greater decreases in portions of that ecoregion than they are in others. So I think that's I think that's basically where I want to try to leave the department's recommendation, except to say that, there's a lot of people who feel strongly about this on both sides. And I'm fond of saying that when people describe themselves as being passionate, sometimes you can take out passionate and put the word irrational in there. And so we feel very strongly about that, and our biologists do too. And so the thing that we always encourage our biologists, and one of my favorite kind of quotes in discussions with our biologists is, we want to be hard on data, but we want to be easy on each other. And so I'd encourage everybody in the public, and our biologists, just everybody involved in this. We all want lines to continue. We all want them to be present on the landscape. And I've seen some comments that I would personally consider offensive. I think it's completely acceptable to disagree with people, but I would urge everyone to treat each other with respect as we go through this.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions from the commission for Brian? Hearing none. I know that we have an amendment that was put forward for public comment as well. And typically what we do in this situation is take the main motion and then we'll go ahead and if we have the amendment proposed, then we'll vote on the amendment separately before we go out for public comment. So that sounds a good procedure.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman Siegel.
Commissioner Lane.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the fall 2025, winter 2026 mountain lion quotas as presented by the department and the accompanying mock-up, with all other aspects regarding prior seasons adopted except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations.
I'll second. Motion by Commissioner Lane, second by Commissioner Burrows. We have a motion on the table on Commissioner Brooke.
Yes, thank you. The amendment before you today reverts the line quotas in some line management units in Region 3 to the previously established quota numbers in 2022. At the June 8th meeting in 2023, this commission changed the quotas in Region 3 pretty much at the last minute, increasing some line management units by 20, 30, and 40%. I questioned the wisdom of doing that when we did not have the data, but I did vote for these. And I was assured that this was not going to be a detriment to the overall lion population. Well, by the time I got home, my voicemail was full of very frustrated hunters and people who felt betrayed by me, betrayed by the commission and the process, and they demanded to speak to me in person. So I did. I went and met with this group, and what they asked me to provide was the data of the population numbers in these line management units, the population data. And I didn't have population data because we used a population model from Region 1 and put that on Region 3 to come up with estimated how we would increase the quotas to bring the population down 40% in Region 3. In the meantime, we had been doing the 2019 lion management plan that had done the first ecoregion in Region 1 and part of 2. The second one was done in Region 2 and part of 3. And we didn't have that data. That data wasn't available to us at that meeting. It wasn't available to us until after the LEPOC met, the committee that looked at the data of stakeholders. They began in August. They met twice in August and twice in October. And then they came back with a recommendation to the commission that these lion management, these areas needed to have a stable, no change, except for, I believe it was Their final recommendation said to stabilize the current lion population for 0% change in the West Central ecosystem lion population between 2023 and 2028, with focal areas of higher harvest in 3 LMUs, 240, 250, 270, and reduce harvest in 6 LMUs, 210, 211, 213, 380, 291, and 413. That was their recommendation to us. Based on the population data that they had been provided, we didn't have that population data when we made that change at this commission meeting. I don't think there's any hunter anywhere that thinks that you could do population modeling of wolves in Region 3 and take those up to Region 1 and say, this is what your quotas are going to be. It's a totally different set of environmental circumstances, population circumstances, and it didn't hold water with the crowd that was demanding answers from me about where this came from. And so this amendment, which I will read here in a minute, I feel is the right thing to do to take these quota numbers that we set in 2023 back to 2023, take these numbers back to the 2022 numbers. These quotas have not been met. The new quotas have not been met. The old quota numbers is what the harvest data has been. The harvest data equals the 2022 numbers. So there's no harm in taking this back, stepping back, saying we want to see what these population numbers are coming out of the lion management population or the lion population studies that are going on right now in Region 3. We don't have that data yet, the ones that they're doing right now. There's no LEPOC that's made a recommendation on this. I think this is prudent. I do want to take a minute to thank the public who's commented on the proposed amendment, both for and against, even some of the tougher ones. But MOGA provided the commission a letter in opposition to my amendment. And to be clear, I'm not blindsiding MOGA with my comments on their letter of position. I had a direct conversation last week with MOGA's executive director, Will Israel, and I told him that I disagreed with MOGA's position. In the letter to the commission, MOGA says reducing quotas before reaching the initiative's midpoint undermines the integrity of the process and the opportunity to assess its effectiveness. I agree with that. That's exactly what we did. We interrupted the process before it was done. We came up with Region 3 quotas that were right in the middle of the process. The department at that point was 4 years into the population study, and there was no scientific data that the public would deem credible for Region 3. MOGA also notes the commission decision was a direct response to feedback from state legislators urging more proactive efforts to protect these vulnerable populations of goats, sheep, and moose, or risk legislative intervention. I am one commissioner who never saw this. If that was the case, it was not presented at the committee meeting. I have subsequently never seen a letter from a legislator asking us to do this or else. It's not our job to interpret the legislative intent. If the legislature wants to change the lion quotas or the lion hunts, they can do so, but it's not our job to make decisions based on it could happen. These quota changes that are before you today are not ideas that I've conjured up in my head. They were the quota numbers for 2022. They're the numbers the department biologists recommended and forwarded to the state officials, the state office last month. And these recommendations were developed by biologists based on their assessment of harvest data, ungulate populations, and public feedback at the Region 3 lion meetings for the last 2 years. The other thing that I would just say is I feel like when they take the samples of the age class, it takes a full year for us to get the data on what's going on with the age of these lions. The age class on the lions throughout Region 3 is getting younger and younger. Every harvest season, they're getting younger and younger. And I don't think that's a good situation just for the whole lion environment out there. So I guess I should read my amendment. Would you Chair, would you prefer I read it or?
This Commissioner Brooke, go ahead and read through that. And I believe Eric has got a copy of your amendment as presented.
Okay.
Show on the screen.
All right.
We'll just double check it.
Okay. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission amend the 2025-2026 line management unit quotas in Region 3 in the following line management units. For LM 301, decrease females from 7 to 4 and males from 13 to 3. For LM 302, decrease females from 6 to 3 and males 4 to 2. For 304, decrease females from 6 to 3 and males from 11 to 6. For LM 314, decrease females 4 to 2 and males from 7 to 4. 317, decrease females from 4 to 2 and males from 3 to 2. 318, decrease females from 4 to 3 and males from 6 to 5. LMU 319, decrease females from 2 to 1 and males from 3 to 2. For LMU 339, decrease females from 5 to 4. And I guess with that, I would take questions from commissioners.
We need a second.
Oh,
Do I have Commissioner Walsh seconds? Or sorry, Vice Chair Walsh, my apology. Any discussion? What we'll do now, as I mentioned before, is we will have a discussion at the commission level on the amendment, and then we will vote on the amendment before we go out with the main motion, and the amendment or not will go out for public comment after that. So any discussion on the commission level or questions for Commissioner Brooke? Go ahead, Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooke, did you have any data that supported the 22 numbers before we amended them, that this was the scientific biological data we need? And for me, I know with cats, they're really difficult to set that scientific number. What instead we did was used basically a management directive to the department, and that was, we want to start to drive the number of cats down. When you asked what's the harm for me, or the concern was, after listening to LEPOC, listening to Sportsman, we had a mule deer crisis at the time. Like, our mule deer numbers were down. And I know there are some the numbers out there that we'll see, which is we have objective mule deer in some areas. Well, if you count a herd of mule deer on an alfalfa field on a piece of private ground, and you fly the rest of that entire country and you average that out, the mule deer numbers don't look too bad. But when you can fly over miles or drive miles of public land and you're not seeing a mule deer in there, that's an issue. So to me, the reason that I wanted to make haste on trying to get these cat numbers down was, after talking to these sportsmen about our goats, our sheep in 250 in the Bitterroot, and I know it's a different area, but we're down to taking away our last ram tag there because these cats are pummeling our sheep. And so the harm for me was, we're risking ungulate populations and the potential to even be able to harvest one of these rams or sheep out of these areas, or we can try and limit some of the cat. And I know it's unfair to solely blame it on cats, because wolves have a dynamic in there, bears have a dynamic. You know, when you read the wolf report, you see that these cats may make a kill, and then the wolves are chasing them off and taking the prey from them. So I think in some cases, cats may be blamed unfairly for, too much harvest of animals there, predation of animals, but it's the dynamics and it's what we're faced with. And I guess for me is, I want to ensure, I think we have a legislative mandate. We're tasked with making sure that we have those populations of ungulates out there. And that's why I erred on the side of, let's harvest some more cats, drive the population down. I was the one that kind of presented those numbers for that increase, even outside of my region, but that was my intent in doing it. And I don't think anybody does more work than you do on this commission. I appreciate the work you do, but I'm struggling seeing taking this back to the 2022 level right now. If the department went through and analyzed some of these LMUs and said, let's rein a couple of these back, I'm okay with that. And I think it meets the direction that we gave, but rolling them back at this point to those 2022 levels. I guess when we say what's the harm, I would say the harm is some significant potential impacts to our ungulates. And I think a big thing we lose sight of, we can talk about quotas all day long, but really, what have the harvest levels done? And when you take a look at that, 2020, we harvested 109 lions out of there. We didn't hear these concerns about the lion populations when we were harvesting 109. 2021, 99, 22, 91, and 23, 98 in Region 3. In 2015, there were 115 lions harvested. The dynamics that, I don't know, you could make some assumptions that maybe the population's trending downward, but what is a good harvest rate out of there? I don't know. And I don't know if anybody can answer that, like to see that balance of sustainable lion populations in an area based on habitat and food out there. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Commissioner Brooke?
Chair Siebel, in my conversations with the biologists and with Brian Wakeling, they suspect they've already met the 40% reduction in the lions in this region with no change in the harvest. The harvest has been the same, but they are, and Brian says that when he's proposing his, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I think the houndsmen are saying the reduction has been met, that the lions are trending down, and the department is saying the same. Correct?
Commissioner Siebel, Commissioner Brooke, I screwed that up, but pardon me. So, so to characterize my understanding is there's a lot of things that influence the trajectory of all of our wildlife populations. And mountain lions are, just like any of the others. My understanding, based on what I've heard from the biologists that have been in the field and the initial analyses that we've started to do, we're not at a place where we can say, here's our population estimate plus or minus this number. But within the Southwest ecoregion, our initial analyses indicate that there's somewhere 700, 900 lions currently within that area. And that's based on our current analyses. Again, this is really preliminary. That number could change. I hesitate to say much about our any confidence in that. However, based on the feedback that we're getting from our biologists, both the regional biologist and the biologist that is conducting the seeker modeling, the seeker sampling, abundance seems to be lower now than what it is in some of the other areas, and possibly what it has been. We don't have any quantitative. I can't give you a percent change in that area, but some of the changes that you see in the harvest can be influenced by the abundance of lions in that area. So if you go back to the teens, where we were harvesting over 100, that could be one of the factors that can influence that, is the abundance of lions. As lions become less abundant, harvest does tend to go down, but there's a lot of things that we do here that influence it. We've had changes in quotas. So not just the overall quota, but we've implemented sex-specific quotas. And so that can influence decisions on by a hunter whether to harvest or not harvest. So there's a lot of things that factor into this, but a decline within this area seems plausible to me.
Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chair, but I guess that's a reasonable sum, but there's also a lot of other factors. One of the things that I've heard and experienced from at least the houndsman side is the way they find those cats are driving the roads and cut tracks is basically the process. And I'm not a houndsman. I'm not a cat hunter. I don't know, but that's my understanding of the process. I don't know how everybody else's region are. In Region 2, this is assumption, but this is based on travel management plans and the Forest Service and otherwise. We're actually seeing a net decrease of roads in those regions as well. So if you see a net decrease of 5% of roads in your road miles, especially in the backcountry through decommissioning, gating for animal winter range, that would play a part in it as well. Lack of precipitation and snowpack plays a big part in it. So I think there's a lot of assumptions just based on looking at, well, our harvest is going down, so therefore the population's going down. I don't know that that necessarily flies, along with the fact that cats, I'm sure, like wolves and other, top predators, they're smart, so they figure it out. I mean, I would assume that if you drive up and down a road every time it snows, eventually they probably kind of figure out you might want to stay away from that. I've heard anecdotally that wolves now, when they used to harvest and trapping and they'd be able to get one with a rifle through hunting, now when you take that snowmobile up there, you don't see wolves anymore because they know a snowmobile means get out of here. So I guess there's a lot of assumptions outside of just we're seeing the harvest rate go down since 2015. A lot of factors that may play into that.
Commissioner Wargo.
Commissioner Siebel, question for Mr. Wakeling. I have a question. In general, do we have, I guess, any data on hound hunter participation? I guess to kind of follow up with a kind of Commissioner Burrow's comment somewhat. I know I see this dynamic play out significantly, especially in like the dynamics with elk as information has become more readily available, as podcasts that are talking about elk 101 kind of, the how you bugle, when you bugle, going out at night, bugle, there's maybe the number of hunters on the landscape, say the number of hunters on the landscape is the same, but as information increases, they become more effective, or I guess it definitely appears that there's more elk hunters on the landscape, and additionally they are becoming more effective. And I've personally witnessed the elk that I started hunting in Montana is a completely different animal, it seems to be, than the elk that I hunt and hunted in 2024. They're a lot more savvy. They respond more to pressure. Is there, I guess, do we have any sense on, I guess, the amount of hound hunting pressure that goes on in these areas? Are we educating lions at all, to avoid roads or whatnot? I mean, just, I guess if you go do the same thing year after year, is it that the lions aren't there, or is it they're maybe like, geez, every time I walk on this road, one of those dogs runs after me? I'm just kind of curious if we have any sense of that, and that might be a tough question to answer, understandably.
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Wargo, I don't believe that we have any data that gets that specific, that would give us any sense as to whether or not, there's research that's been done, and it's probably 20 years old now, but it was done in Wyoming. And this was in a state at that time, they were not harvesting. They didn't have quotas in place at that time. And there was an intent to try to reduce the population. And this is just illustrates some of the challenge of trying to interpret some of the demographic data that you see in like harvest information and things. Excuse me. But what they found is that when they were actually seeing a population in decline, what happened was there were larger and larger proportion of older age class females in the harvest as that population's in decline. Primarily because the age, the way the structure and everything, I mean, adult males tend to move the most compared with adult females. Subadult males move around. And so as you start to really harvest a population, what they found was the last segment that really makes up the big, and that's because you're finally getting into that part of it, is the adult females. We've looked at some of that with this data, and it's extremely difficult to really analyze it from that perspective because we've got sex-specific quotas in place. So it's not exactly comparable to look at. Some of the work that's been done in Montana indicates that as you start to get into the population, you start to drive it down, you do start to see the average age of females start to decline. But again, it was conducted at a time that was different than what our structure is now. And simply because you have fewer 6-year-old females doesn't necessarily mean the average age of the animal is going down. The other thing is all of these harvest demographics kind of data sets are really useful when you're looking at a statewide approach. But when you're trying to look at real fine scale situations, your sample sizes are small. There's so much other noise that gets entered into the system. I know that's not a direct answer to your question, but it kind of addresses some of the vagaries that we see when we start looking at some of these kinds of data sets. And while it's entirely plausible that we are starting to see a decline in some of our lion populations, because we're not, in order to achieve the level of reduction that the commission provided us direction to achieve, we had to reach those quotas. And so we may have been seeing a decline, but it's not at the rate at which the commission gave us the direction to try to pursue. Our harvest has been less than that. So while lions may be less abundant, populations are in no jeopardy of extirpation. Whether or not that's the level at which members of the public, individual members of the public may choose to advocate for a particular population level or not, it's hard for us to say that. We may have seen a reduction. I don't believe it was at the rate at which the commission directed us to get, and I can't really say at what level it currently is.
Thanks. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chair Siebel. Brian, you kind of hit on it in your presentation, but as far as coming up with a solid population density I know as well as probably most people that lions are tough to see. You can see their tracks and that's about it. Or you can feel the hair on the back of your neck raising because you know they're watching you. But as far as getting an absolute population number, how comfortable are you with in all these different districts with where we sit?
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Lane, the question, the way I heard your question starting, I'm going to try and answer where I thought you were going with that, and then I'll come back to what I heard you say at the end. So the sampling approach that we use with mountain lions, we use a sampling approach whereby we use hounds, we tree them, we use a biopsy dart in the tree. It takes a sample we don't have to handle the animal, but we can use the genetics from that sample to be able to determine whether or not that's a unique individual, or whether we've ever recaptured it before. And so what we try to do is have a sampling, like 4 sampling time frames across the course of a winter in a finite sample study area that's representative of a habitat type that we think is representative of portions. And we try to do that in one area 1 year, and in a different area that is somewhat dissimilar in habitat the second year. That allows us to try to look at what's the density here, what's the density there. And based on the frequency of the number of captures and the number of recaptures, we're able to generate a statistically valid sample estimate for what we think the density of lions within that area, 1.6 lions per 100 kilometers or something like that. Then we're able to look at those two data points, use that with the habitat suitability model that we have, and be able to generate a population estimate. And so I anticipate within the next 6 months, we'll probably be able to generate a population estimate for this area based on the spatially explicit capture-recapture models. I've got pretty good confidence in that. And then the way I heard your question kind of headed was how comfortable am I with the lion populations within the individual units currently. There's a great deal of uncertainty, but I do not have any substantial concern that we're placing lions in jeopardy at this point in time. I don't know that we'll ever be able to say on a unit by unit basis what those numbers are, because they move in and out, and our data just isn't collected at that fine a scale, nor do the lions operate at that. I don't doubt that abundance changes across the course of the landscape, but I don't have any concern that they're in jeopardy.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wargo.
Chair Siebel, Mr. Wakeling, in the data that was, actually, I believe it was requested by Commissioner Siebel, kind of looking at the status of some of the moose, sheep, and goat within these LMUs that we're looking at, or the amendment pertains to. Can you give us a little bit of an update or context on, some of it looked like there was some, potential department concerns in a few of these LMUs, particularly on our sheep populations, and kind of what we're seeing. I think, as I'm hearing from the public and the department as well, I supportive of expanding opportunity if we can, but then there's also, just kind of curious on the level of predation that we might be experiencing on sheep in some of these units. And, I think some of that might be just the remoteness of the country and whatnot, where we might be having issues with an individual lion here or there versus, maybe the population on a whole, where, two things could be true. We could be significantly declining on our overall lion numbers, but still have isolated pockets of, kind of like acute predation issues. So any context on, maybe what's happening with some of those individual sheep populations might be outside of your wheelhouse a little bit, but.
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Wargo, the information that we provided is probably about as up to date as it can be. We just queried the region just after we got the request from Chair Siebel. However, I would defer to Warren Hansen in Region 3, who may be able to answer any specific questions that you've got on any particular line management or sheep management unit, if Warren would be willing to step up.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Warren Hansen, Wildlife Manager, Region 3. Chair Siebel, Commissioner Wargo, members of the Commission. In response to your question, and please ask me to elaborate further if you'd like, the majority of our sheep populations with the region are seeing stability in the northern Gallatin Range near the Spanish Peaks would be probably the only sheep population that we do have some concern over. In that region, that population has been low and struggling, and we do have plans to augment that sheep population from a more robust sheep population existing in the southern end of the Gallatin Mountains. Historical research has shown that lion predation is one of the leading causes of mortality in that specific sheep population. But other than that, most of our sheep populations are doing well. Our recently augmented population into the Tendoy Mountains has seen considerable growth, averaging 27% growth over the past several years. We have seen isolated incidences of disease die off in parts of the Paradise Valley and parts of the Highland Mountains. But that summarizes most of our concerns around sheep in the region. Does that answer your question, commissioners?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any follow-up?
It's another quick one. Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook, I was just curious when you're going through coming up with the units on here, I guess just looking at, I mean, that there was some noted concerns on some of the status of sheep. There's a few units that maybe were left off that, it seems like there's maybe, doesn't seem like there would be, and some of this might be that the sheep data wasn't provided. It was only for the units for the amendment, but some of these don't overlap with occupied sheep habitat, and then the corresponding mule deer populations seem to be fairly stable. So I guess the numbers themselves, how much back and forth, or is this more just request from the houndsman? And I'm also, I guess, along with that, was there much of a discussion on adjusting one portion of the population, maybe leaving the male quota where they're at and reducing female quota, or is there?
Commissioner Brook.
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Wargo, I didn't have specific conversations on the lion management units that are on the table. There were conversations about lion management units that aren't on the table that we had some sheep issues with, that I did not make any changes to those. All of these quota changes were 2022 numbers. They're as scientific as the numbers that we set. They were based on feedback from lion hunters and the biologists back in 2022 and 2023. When we changed them, we didn't have any of this data before us that we considered sheep districts with these quotas. The quotas weren't set based on specific lion management units. It was a blanket. It was like, we did this statewide. And that's the reason I've come back at the request of the lion hunters and some of the biologists that I've talked to, is that it was a blanket that wasn't a good fit for the Region 3. And I think they believe that very strongly, which I'm sure you're going to hear about today, and we've heard in the comments. But consideration in all of these with moose and sheep populations is always a big thing, especially for sheep, because we know it's their favorite tasty morsel. So we do need to protect some of these areas. And when I've talked to the biologists, they're not concerned about the current lion numbers and the sheep populations in these LMUs.
Okay, thank you.
Any Commissioner Burrows?
I guess just the last thing I'll say before we get to public comment or wherever we're going is that I just believe that if we drive that ungulate population up, even if I would make the same argument for ungulates as a lot of people do for predators, is that goal, that objective I think being over that's a great thing because I think the predators are going to follow. I mean, these apex predators, they got to have food. And if that food source starts to drive down at all, you're going to see corresponding numbers with the predators. I just truly believe that. And I think we can have the best of both worlds if we can get our ungulate objectives at or over population. We're going to see more opportunity for sportsmen, more opportunity for Montanans to feed their families through more cow tags. And I think we're going to have more predators on the landscape as well. That can't happen unless we drive our ungulate populations up. If these damn things can't eat, the populations can't grow. And that to me is what's going to drive the populations up on the predators. And I think that's why I think a more liberal approach to the predator management now to see a liberal population of ungulates with the predators to follow is a good management approach to me, unless you can put your finger on it. And that's why I think I supported that management objective of reduce the lion population, grow our ungulate population, and then the predators will follow. Unless we can put our finger on a number that's like, this is the number we need to have here. For all things I'm hearing is that's an impossible thing to do right now with mountain lions.
Chair Siebel,
Commissioner Brooke.
I'd like to respond to that. Commissioner Burrows, you can take all the lions off the landscape and you're still going to have a trouble with mountain goat or mountain sheep populations because of disease. The disease is what's really challenging these populations, not lions. I mean, lions are a factor, but the disease, and they've got a new pathogen that just has come out. I think the lions are the first sheep they're going to kill is a sick one. And that has been, I'm not going to say it's verified, but the collared sheep that they had down in the Greenhorns, they killed there was 3 collared sheep that had mortality signals. And when they went in, one of the rams died of an injury from a fall. One of the ewes died of injuries from a fall. And the third one was an 11-year-old ewe that was killed by a lion. And when they did the research on her, she was starving to death. That's exactly what the lions do. They take the sick and the old ones out of the mix. So maybe that's the healthiest thing you do for the population is take the sick ones out. So with that, I am not saying any more.
Just a reminder, we're going to vote. We're going to take a vote on the amendment before we go out for public comment. And any more comments from the commission? I'm going to make a comment before we go to vote.
Just
Commissioner Burrows.
bat and clean up on it. I guess what I heard from Mr. Wakeling was we were going to see some sort of data coming out from this study that may help guide this decision in the near future. In the next 6 months, we should have maybe some better information.
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Burrows, what we anticipate is an estimate of the number of lions within this ecoregion. It will be another 6 years before we can apply the integrated population model and look at how our ability to detect change over time. So what we'll have now will be an estimate of that
Preliminary number.
Yeah.
So I guess with that, what I would say at this point is I will not be supporting the amendment. I feel like we put this strategy and management strategy in place to drive the numbers down on lions. We've heard that there is a sustainable population with these quotas. There's a current stable, sustainable population. The numbers may be going down, but that was our management directive. And I think we should stick with that, with the quotas that we set and wait till we have good data. But that's just me.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Chairman Siebel. I feel like we're spitballing in a little bit. I mean, going both ways. You know, spitballing is a very general and negative way of looking at this. I mean, I think that what was originally set up, I think there was a directive, but it was put forth, and I know that it was said, well, just generally let's do 40% across the board over a 6-year period, but you have to have a plan to work towards, but there's nothing to say that the old plan was working either. And that's why I feel like going back to the old plan isn't necessarily taking us in the right direction either that we really can see. So at this point, I'm not sure I can support this amendment either without getting more data. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Lane. Commissioner Walsh, or I'm sorry, Vice Chair Walsh.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on behalf of this amendment, and I guess my position is there's a reason why each region has a commissioner and why we now have 7 commissioners. And I think that the system is working well. And I know that Commissioner Brooke has done her homework on this amendment and has met with the staff in Region 3, has met with houndsmen, has met with various hunting groups, and I support what she's doing here. I mean, it seems to me less arbitrary than the 40% increase that we did last time we took a look at this. So, and my understanding also is that the department is neutral on this amendment, and certainly Mr. Wakeling's not speaking out against it. So that's why I support it.
Thanks, Vice Chair. If there's no other comments, I'll just make a quick comment before we go to vote. And Eric, I think we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one. Just a little reminder, 2023, we talked about a directive. It was a commission direction that we as a commission decided, partially influenced by legislative pressures. I mean, and we saw how close in this last session that the commission came to really losing control of wolf management, for example, just a few votes. And yes, there's legislative pressure, but the main pressure was really reduction of predators and increase in ungulates, as Commissioner Burrows pointed out. And the concept that we had talked about at the time was, areas of critical ungulate concern. We were talking about mule deer, talking about sheep, goat, and moose, all 4. And the concept wasn't just targeting lions. It's the idea of the 3-legged stool. It was black bears, it was wolves, and it was lions. And so what the commission intended at the time, and I still feel like that we're staying the course on that, is a reduction across the board as much as we can in getting those predator populations managed, and in some cases declining, because that was a directive to get them to lower levels to help increase those ungulate populations, especially in those 4 species. So just a reminder of why we did what we did, and my recommendation, and I am breaking with Chair Robinson's normal behavior and decorum as chair, but my recommendation, or my thought on this, is that we stay the course and we continue, because when I hear that sheep populations in these areas are healthy, and some of these, maybe we're actually having an impact. I can extrapolate and say that this is positive, that we're starting to see potentially some impact. I know we can't guarantee that either. It's all about the data, but that was our goal. That is our intent. Our goal, as Commissioner Burrows pointed out, was really trying to get those ungulate populations up for more opportunity, more trophy opportunities, just more hunting opportunities in general. So with that was my statement for the day. And Eric, we'll go ahead. So right now we're going to vote on the motion on the table for the amendment. So Commissioner Brooks' amendment, and Eric, if we can do a roll call vote. And if you can just say, yes, I support, or no, I oppose. And we don't have to worry about I on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll start with Commissioner Lane, please.
No, I do not support this amendment.
Commissioner Brooke?
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows?
Nay.
Vice Chair Walsh, please.
Yes, I support it.
Commissioner Wargo?
Oppose.
Eric, for the record, I'm also opposed.
Very well, Mr. Chair, the results of the vote are 2 voting aye and 4 voting no.
So the motion for the amendment fails. Right. With that, we have the original proposal, the original motion on the table, which is Eric. Can you bring up the original proposal, or is it too hard to show on the screen?
No, I can bring it up just a moment, sir.
Okay, thank you. Guess we can take a break before we do public comment. Should we take a break? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead, if it's all right, to take a quick break. We'll do a 10-minute, or we'll break until I've got 10:27. So let's break until 10:40 before we go to public comment, if that's all right with everyone.
The commission will be in recess until that time. Thank you.
10:40. Thank you.
You're not.
Leslie's like, she's 6 times.
That give us some data.
Right?
No,
Wouldn't be accurate.
wouldn't want to give you.
No. Hell no.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll go ahead and get restarted and call the meeting back to order. And just for house cleaning purposes, the original motion that is what we will be going out for public comment was made by Commissioner Lane and seconded by Commissioner Burrows. For clarity, I want to make sure that Commissioner Lane, the language that's in our book included the line quotas as presented by the department, included these 4 bullet points. And I just wanted to, which were changes to 3, or actually 4 regions, excuse me. I want to clarify with you that was included in the original motion.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you're still good with that second?
Conversation,
Yep.
take Al second with those bullet points.
Okay. Eric and Jeff, are we good on the motion? Yes, because this was what was presented by the department to us. Okay. Just for the public, just understand that the motion that we're showing on the screen now is the motion that is on the table and up for public comment. And it does include these 3 changes in LMU 320, 331, 350, and LMU 413. So that motion that's on the table for public comment and will be voted on after comment by the commission includes these changes. So with that, we will start the public comment session. We'll start with everyone that's here in attendance in Helena. If you'd like to make comment on the motion on the table, which again, Eric just showed you on the screen. And if you'd like to come up, please come up to the podium, state your name and your affiliation, and everyone will be limited to 2 minutes per commenter. So thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Siebel, members of the committee. My name is Scott Cargill from Whitehall, Montana. I own and operate Montana Mountain Lion Adventures. Hound hunting is my passion, my profession, and my hobby. I've been doing this for about 25 years professionally. When I'm not guiding lion hunters, I work for FWP as an independent lion contractor on the mountain lion monitoring program. I was also on the LEPOC committee. I have over 20 years of records of lion tracks, sightings, trees. Every day we go out, everything is documented. We don't drive roads to look for tracks unless we have to. We walk, we ride horses, we use snowmobiles, we use track machines, we do everything. I spent a day with Commissioner Brooks, showing her the process and the meticulous efforts that go into when we're looking for lion tracks, how extensive it is to leave no leaf unturned, so to speak. I also spent a day with Van Bacadori doing the same thing, going behind closed gates, wildlife management areas, restricted areas. Same issue. As a business owner, our success has dropped from 100% success to almost 50% success. The proposal that is now on the table, 2 of those units are areas that I guide in, and I support this change. It's much needed. Our lion population in the 320 area and the 350 area need those changes. So I support the proposal on the table at this point. Thanks, and thanks for trying to help save my business.
Thank you. Any other commenter in the room? If you can, if you're going to comment, go ahead and stage up. I don't know how many people we have, but go ahead.
Commissioner, fellow commissioners, I'm Jeff Darrah. That's Darrah. I represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And I had sent in a comment from our group, and I was going to testify on the amendment today. And the more I heard testimony, the more I had this. And I think this kind of sums up kind of where we're at with lions right now, not having data. But with the 4 proposals that the commission has, Montana SFW supports all 4 of those, the 3 reductions and the increase in Region 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tim Ravendall. I'm an independent predator control specialist, and I am happy to be here today. Took some time to come in and visit with you folks. I got involved in this back a long time ago. I don't know if you guys have seen this in a while. It's got a lot of dust on the shelf probably by now. But the EIS that we did on mountain lion management here in Montana spoke exactly to what we talked about earlier in the earlier amendment that was tabled. And that is, we talked about having data to properly manage mountain lions. And in that EIS process, we went a long time in trying to figure out what was social management versus biological management, which was actual, common sense management. There was a lot of back and forth on that. On the amendment that's on the table now, there's one point in that amendment that talks about hunting district 380. And that hunting district 380 has been part of what was originally, back when Stan Meyer was chairman of the commission, Region 3 and that particular area had the highest quota in the state of Montana. And we watched the quotas carefully in that study process. And we found that, and I will use an example. I did a study for the commission, and back then we had a high population of mountain lions in that whole Region 3. And I can use what I presented to the commission back then. At 93, there was probably 50 miles between tracks, whether it was walking, whether it was driving roads, like was earlier mentioned, snowmobile, horses, all means of transportation and access were being utilized. Then after the quotas were ratcheted up by the commission because of the purpose of establishing no more complaints from ungulate hunters, ranchers, etc. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little deep here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're 2 minutes per person, so your time is up. Are you?
380 needs to come down. The lions are not there, and it's being based on a sheep population that has been devastated.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission, my name is Will Israel. That's ISRAEL. I'm the executive director for the Montana Outfitters and Guides, and we represent about 4,000 licensed outfitters here in the and guides here in the state. We just want to say we appreciate the work that the commission has done and the department has done on this continued lion management strategy. And with the proposal here from the department, we think that is an effective strategy. That is about the right numbers. When you base those decisions and recommendations on data, so with those reductions within the 3 LMUs and the 1 increase in the one LMU, that is the effective strategy as we continue forward and work on this 6-year plan. And so we appreciate your hard work and we thank you for those efforts. And so we support that from the MOGA level. We'd like to welcome Commissioner Ian Wargo. We think that is a great placement in Region 1. We fully look forward to working with you on the mule deer management strategy, as well as the other commission members with the upcoming season setting changes that'll be present moving forward into 2026 and 27. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and we appreciate your hard work.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Yes, Chair Siebel and Commissioners. My name is Justin Duffy. I'm out of Livingston. And I'm also on the Board of Directors for the Montana State Houndsman Association. I had things to say, but now they're pointless. I kind of thought we would be able to have a little public comment on the proposal, but I had that one wrong. I appreciate the conversations I've had with Commissioner Wargo, also Commissioner Lane, and all the hard work that Commissioner Brook put into this. The one thing that I really think needs said here is I am frustrated and kind of want it called out that I wish we would quit calling this some mountain lion management plan that was put in place in 2023. That's never what it was. There was no collaborative science-based effort, and we all know that. This wasn't something that the commission gave as a directive to the FWP. This is a directive that came to FWP from the government, and then they had to ask you guys to put this to work. So let's please quit calling this some kind of science-based mountain lion management plan. It's a jihad on lions and predators in the state is what it is. And let's just call it what it is. There's no justification. You don't have sheep populations plummeting in Region 3. If there is, the Houndsman Association in our yearly quota meetings would be looking to address that. And I would invite all of you, not just Commissioner Brook, to come to our lion quota setting meeting and seeing how we do this in Region 3 and have for decades now, because it's maybe the way the rest of the state ought to do it, is working with the public, working with the houndsmen and the biologists. And I think Region 2 and Region 1 would be greatly benefited by doing this. Then you can tell yourselves what to do with your lions rather than telling us what to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. My name is Emil McCain from Gardner. I hold a graduate degree in wildlife biology, which included a 5-year field study on mountain lion predation habits. I've studied lions in 5 different U.S. states, as well as Mexico and Costa Rica. But I'm here today as a Montana businessman. I'm here to represent the Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition, which includes over 250 local businesses in Park County. We are deeply committed to preserving the health of our economy and the wildlife and wild places that support us. We are here today in strong support of Commissioner Brooks' amendment, and we ask you to support her efforts to manage her Region 3 in the most responsive manner based on sound science and input from diverse stakeholders. Montana, and specifically the GYE, is a top destination worldwide for wildlife watchers, wildlife photographers, because of its full complement of native wildlife species. Most visitors access Yellowstone through Montana's gateway communities, and Park County, being the only year-round access into the park, boasts a $500 million industry. That's the largest economic interest in Park County by far. Decisions made by this commission have significant consequences on our livelihood and our businesses. We have seen this firsthand, how state decisions about wildlife management, especially around predators like mountain lions and wolves, can impact our economy. In 2021 and 22, when the wolf quotas were lifted for units bordering Yellowstone, roughly 25% of Yellowstone's resident wolves were harvested. That had a direct impact on our tourism. Visitors canceled their trips out of concern that they would not see the wildlife they were planning to travel here for. Or they avoided Montana businesses altogether. They would go from the Bozeman Airport directly into the park and boycott businesses in our state. Our economy suffered. From hotels, restaurants, gift shops, and guiding communities, our bottom line suffered.
Thank you. Your time's up.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry, sir. We have
and
a minute limit.
Those quotas to a fair compromise, and we thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So I just testified as the Wild Livelihoods Business Coalition. May I testify as an individual? I ask your permission.
For 2 minutes. I don't know if we've ever done that before as far as the decorum, because if we let you do that, everyone's going to do that in different formats. I will allow it this time. We don't seem to have that many people in the room here, so I will allow it this time 2 more minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mountain lions are very difficult / impossible to count, and therefore responsible management of the species has long been a challenge. Historically, across the distributional range of the species, quotas have been set by tracking harvest numbers. If a quota is not met, it generally means the population has been overhunted, quotas are too high, and lion numbers are in decline. If quotas are consistently met after year, it means the population is doing fine with that level of hunting. Montana quotas since 2023 have not been met, indicating that there are simply not enough lions on the landscape and they are being overhunted. Please don't let MOGA, the Mule Deer Foundation, and high dollar influences fool you with claims that the 40% reduction plan is based on any kind of science. They misuse a sacred word. The scientific process requires an obtainable research question, a hypothesis, and a robust methodology that can be repeated, finding the same results. Management decisions can then be influenced when repeated strong data and logical discussions can withstand rigorous peer review. Removing 40% of an unknown number while the state is actively trying to count makes that counting impossible. That is not science. There's not a statistician alive that would willingly take on that math problem in front of their peers. And there's not a peer-reviewed journal that would publish it. And I shame anybody who calls that science, taking a stance that hurts our local jobs and wildlife that has made our region a global destination. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any other commenters in the room?
Let's see, Chairman Siebel and fellow commissioners. My name is Josh Shively, last name Shively. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my support for this amendment and Commissioner Brooks. I feel like this needs to be revisited, and scientific and biological data needs to be taken more seriously, and this needs to be relooked in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Siebel, commissioners, I mainly just wanted to come up here. I wanted to support Chairman Commissioner Brooks' proposal on this deal. I took the whole day off work. Was really hoping we'd have a chance to comment in favor of her proposal before you all voted on it. 100 in District 317, 314 since 1997. There's definitely a decline in the lion population there, and I'd sure wish you guys would listen to us before you made that call. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment in the room?
Commissioner Siebel, my name is Winston Alpelt. I'm here on behalf of the MSHA, or as a member, and I just wanted to come up here and extend a large thank you to Commissioner Brook for thinking rationally on this and keeping things science-based. And I was hoping we'd get to vote on your amendment, but maybe next time. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Barch. I'm the president of the Montana State Houndsman Association. Barch spelled Bartsch. I'm pretty displeased with the fact that we didn't have an opportunity to speak as and give our public comment prior to the vote. Apparently that's how it works. I wasn't aware of that. We definitely supported Susan's amendment. I think that the lion population in a lot of the districts, I'll use 339 for example, that's one that we primarily hunt. The last 10 years that quota has been closed twice. When it was at 8, they bumped it up to 12. This year they actually hit 7 of the 12. Lion, when you're out there looking for lion tracks, trying to find a cat to run or harvest, and you spend weeks looking for a track, we got a low lion population, guys. We need to look at this. There's no numbers out there. The data that you guys are trying to use or obtain doesn't exist. You don't know the numbers of the cats. These houndsmen that are here, they're seeing it on a daily basis. Population's down. You need to rethink it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, I'll go to the regional offices. Eric, is there any regional office?
Mr. Chairman, there are no regional offices indicating commenters.
All right. Eric, how about public commenters online?
Mr. Chairman, we have one commenter online, Ty Stubblefield. Go ahead, please.
Chair Siebel, members of the commission, Ty Stubblefield, Stubblefield, and I'm the executive director for Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. I'd like to start out with support of the proposal at hand, and I'd also like to comment on the proposal that was voted down. We'd like to stress that we too believe in science-based decision-making. We support a collaborative effort on this. We know that this issue is not going away, and it will probably spread into other regions as well. We would like to be a part of this decision-making and a part of these conversations as a collaborative effort. We represent Montana's bighorn sheep, who are also, a small, unique species of the state, much like the big cats are. And we don't want to see the removal of mountain lions. We think they're a valuable part of the ecosystem, but they are also one of the leading predators of bighorn sheep. And I have a pile of data that supports that. And so we encourage these conversations to continue with collaborative efforts and collaborative groups moving forward. We have reached out to FWP biologists in Region 3 before this came to light. And we'd like to continue that conversation specifically in Region 3 and otherwise. So thank you all for your hard work and efforts on this. And we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric.
Mr. Chairman, I have Ben Lamb. Go ahead, please. Mr. Lamb, go ahead, please.
Anyone else who can come back to him?
I think we have him now. Mr. Lamb, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry about that, Mr. Chair. My tablet was missing the unmute button. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Ben Lamb, LAMB, representing the Montana Conservation Society. We wanted to give a Me Too for what Mr. Stubblefield has said. We appreciate the agency's work on this. We also really do appreciate Commissioner Brooks' work on this and her ability to bring diverse groups together to, find some common ground on some of this. And as Mr. Stubblefield alluded to, as the agency and the commission work on this, we'd very much like to be a part of a process that, brings a bunch of different viewpoints to the table so that we can have a really good, solid, informed discussion about lion management, how it intersects with other critters, things like that. And so with that, we ask for a do pass on the motion and move forward with getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I have Lane Miller online. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
And my name is Lane Miller. I'd like to express a thank you for Commissioner Brooke and the hard work that she's put in. She spent a lot of time listening to us houndsmen in Region 3. We're all pretty disappointed in the commission that they shot her down before she had a chance to, or we had a chance to talk about it, but we would like to express our support for the motion at hand.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have no other commenters online.
All right. Thanks, Eric. Any further discussion on the commission before we take a vote? Hearing none, and is everyone clear on the motion that's on the table that has the four changes? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. All right, Brian, we're moving on to upland game bird free permit for sage grouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The department's asking the commission to approve request for a free sage grouse permit that hunters will be required to use or to obtain prior to hunting sage grouse. The simple explanation for the need for this is sage grouse tend to be a very sensitive species. They are under the spotlight nationally. It's a species that we try to monitor as closely as we can. And there's two aspects to that. One is this is another population that we model and look at its kind of fluctuations over time. And currently, population estimates are that within Montana, we've probably got somewhere in the neighborhood of 50,000 animals. What the scientific literature indicates is that when harvest exceeds about 10% of the total population, that harvest can start to become additive. And so that can then be at a point where it influences some of those population fluctuations. Our challenge is when we're surveying for harvest, It's part of our upland game bird harvest. It's one of the surveys we routinely do. But there's a lot of people who buy an upland game bird stamp that don't hunt sage grouse. And so what we wind up with is an awful lot of samples to get a very small number of people that participate. And so what this free permit does is it identifies the individual. It's designed to be exactly like the migratory game bird stamp, the HIP stamp that those of us that hunt migratory game birds acquire each year. It's free. But what it does is it identifies an individual, and then we're able to survey that person specifically. And what that allows us to do is get a much tighter confidence interval around our survey data off of the hunters that do participate. So we don't think we're anywhere as close to being 10%, but our confidence intervals for the two are starting to overlap with one another. And so this will allow us to get a better estimate of that, of the number of birds that are actually harvested. I noticed that in some of the comments we received on this, it's kind of a concern that, hey, this is a slippery slope and this is going to be the next money-making scheme that the commission and the department uses. Just to be clear, the department is not asking for any, and we don't anticipate asking for any funding to do this. We just need to be able to identify the individuals who participate in this. And the other aspect of it is the authority for charging for this kind of a permit rests with the legislature, not with the commission. And so even if it was something the department wanted to do, we'd have to request that from the legislature.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Brook.
Chair Siebel, Brian, you're adding it to page 2 in the 2024 Upland Game Bird Hunting Regulations?
So what this is a reference is where it would go. We have the 2024 published. That's where it would go. It would go into the 25 regulation.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good point.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Burrows.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's recommendation to require sage grouse hunters to obtain a free sage grouse hunting permit prior to hunting sage grouse as presented by the department.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Burrows, second by Commissioner Lane. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chairman. This is you're just trying to basically take your sampling and just condensing it, correct?
That's absolutely correct, Commissioner Lane.
I probably should admit to this, but a lot of times I will get those add-ons just because I'm like, well, just in case, so I'm not so sure it's going to really solve that. I mean, I can see what you're trying to get to.
Yes, Commissioner Lane, you're absolutely correct. And we see that with the HIP stamps as well. There's a lot of people that think, hey, I might, so I'll just go ahead and get it. But there will be fewer people that do that than what currently buy our upland stamp. And so it will narrow our confidence intervals somewhat. But your observation is absolutely correct.
So I'm not alone.
You're not alone. You're not the lone commissioner ranger.
Any further questions? Commissioner Wargo.
Commissioner Siebel, Mr. Wakeling. So I guess the idea when just everybody that acquires this permit, you're going to reach out and actively survey everybody that's on that list.
The way we handle most of things, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Wargo, the way we handle these is we take a representative sample. And so what we try to do is get enough samples that we can get a confidence interval that gets narrow enough. And so we won't necessarily, depending upon how many people actually acquire this, we won't necessarily sample every single one of them, but what we try to do is get a representative sample. A lot of people have struggle with that concept, and not insinuating that your question comes from that, but I hear it from the public an awful lot. But it's important to recognize a lot of the presidential election polls, they reach out to fewer than 3,000 people, often less than 2,000 people, and they get a really accurate estimate of what's going to happen. And it's the same thing when we're sampling through our harvest surveys. We use a representative sample, and that's the approach we would use with this.
Follow up.
Commissioner Wargo.
Mr. Wakeling, I noticed one of the comments in there, up in my neck of the woods, bull trout's a big thing. And we have a bull trout catch card program. I mean, it's similar that you have to acquire this catch card before you go fishing. It's a free deal. You fill it out at the end of the year. Was there any discussion about trying to implement something like that instead, or does that come with a bigger fiscal note doing something like that, to where you would actually people would just be automatically mailing their harvest back into you guys?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Wargo, we did have some discussions about a variety of different ways to approach this. If you harvest a sage grouse, let's make it mandatory that you report. What we wind up with those kind of things, and we use a bill card for like swan harvest when we look at our migratory bird stuff there. Oftentimes, what we wind up with those kind of measures is a minimum number. So if we don't have any way of saying, we would anticipate that the number would differ dramatically, and it's because the technique differs. By using this survey approach, we think it's a relatively minor imposition on hunters. It puts the onus of calling them on us. We contact them, and it's commensurate. The data is commensurate with what we have been collecting, and so we get a better estimate of what we're already doing.
Thank you,
Commissioner Burrows.
How many free permits do we have to issue before we just get mandatory reporting and resolve all these issues?
I'm going to have to take the fifth on that.
All right. But I mean, at some point it is going real, all jokes aside, like at some point we are going to get to that point where to get that credible data and the harvest info we need, we can either continue to piecemeal it along and try and figure it out, or we just simply implement a mandatory program. If you hunt, you fish in Montana, you report the information, and then we can make sound decisions with it.
Yeah, but just to respond to that, Commissioner Burrows, we are exploring different ways that we can accelerate the rate at which we can facilitate reporting. I'm not going to suggest that we're going to go to mandatory reporting, but we are trying to move in that direction and try to provide techniques by which it's easier for people and to voluntarily comply with that kind of a approach. So you definitely want to move in that direction. And it's not a simple technological switch to flip for us.
All right. If there's no more comments, we'll go out for public comment on the motion on the table. We'll start here in the room. Anyone in the room wants to make a comment on the motion on the table? Seeing none, we'll move to the regional offices. Eric, anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I have no one indicating comment in the regional offices.
All right. Let's go to public comment online.
Mr. Chairman, I have no commenters online.
All right. We have no commenters online, so we will go ahead and any more discussion on the motion on the table? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, just confirming, did we get a vote from the vice chair?
Yeah, he voted aye.
Yeah.
Very well, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Wakeling, next topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This next agenda item is really kind of a success story and a challenge, both in the same situation. Turkeys are one of those creatures that, if you look back at the turn of the last century, 1900 or so, they were really, really diminished in numbers. I mean, estimates nationwide put them under 300,000. And they're a real restoration story, kind of one of those almost banners of the whole North American model restoration story. And so much to the point that there's like The high has been estimates of about 7.4 million turkeys in North America. Within Montana, our estimated number of Merriam's turkeys is somewhere between 120 and 140,000. And so we've got a great number. We've got great hunting opportunities. But with that also comes the challenge. Anytime you wind up with abundance, there are places where there's overabundance. And so the commission has already adopted the turkey regulations for this fall, but we wanted to bring forth a couple of recommendations to provide a little bit more opportunity, to provide hunters more of a chance to participate, and at the same time try to alleviate some of the challenges that those overabundant turkeys may create in some situations. So in Region 4, Region 4 has had fall turkey hunts in the past, but their populations were low. They've been doing trap and relocation efforts and trying to get them reestablished in places where they were historically. The population is doing well. However, within Fergus and Petroleum counties, they're starting to see some of those challenges with that overabundance. And so what they're proposing is that we would institute a fall permit for turkeys that are valid for those two areas that would increase the annual bag limit for turkey hunters by 1. So they could get that in addition to any other license that they already have. In Region 5 and kind of Region 5 wide, they're starting to see some of the same kinds of challenges. They're even seeing some challenges in places where hunting really isn't a logical thing to consider, but they're seeing good numbers of birds. And so what they'd like to do, they already have a fall turkey season there, but what they'd like to do is increase make the spring turkey tag valid also in the fall. And so that's their proposal in to address their situation. In Region 7, they already have the ability to kill up to 2 birds in the fall, but yet they're still seeing some situations. One particular landowner especially has expressed some concern that there's an overabundance and that some additional tag would be useful. And so what that region is proposing is for Region 7, since there's already 2 licenses valid in the fall, add a 3rd license, but have it valid on private land only to address those situations where the overabundance is an issue on private land. And so that's the department's recommendation. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions the commission may have.
Mr. Wakeland, just to clarify then the recommendation the department's making for Region 4 is a new license that's good in the fall, a separate license. Region 5 is the use of a current license. And then Region 7 is a new license, but only valid on private land.
That's correct.
So Region 4 and 5 would be on any land.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifications. Any comments or questions from the commission?
I have one for the commission.
Commissioner Wargo, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Siebel. I guess I wanted to dive into a little bit of the backstory and data on this. I mean, when I originally read through this proposal, it's the regions reaching out, trying to address a localized problem. I mean, at face value, it's pretty much slam dunk. I know, there's just been growing concerns about, hunting pressure in general, and, definitely a lot of headline stories on the rise of non-residents and non-resident hunting pressure, et cetera. I just wanted to point out, just for, I guess for the commission, looking back at the non-resident participation in turkey hunting over the last 10 years. In 2015, it appears that there was roughly 959 non-resident turkey hunters. In 2024, there was 4,439. So we've seen an increase of 363% in, over a 10-year period in non-resident turkey hunting. While this is obviously, there's a need for this, we need to address it. I think, there also needs to be a bigger discussion that needs to be had, maybe outside of this, on our overall approach to these one-off tags, because a lot of the statutory caps and whatnot. I mean, there's when you're driving down a road in eastern Montana or such, and you see a non-resident, traveling your way or whatnot. I think if you're out deer or elk hunting or whatnot, your initial reaction is that, oh, they're deer or elk hunting as well, but it could very well be that they have a turkey tag in their pocket, or they're upland hunting, or something else. So while it's probably a little bit outside the scope of this, I do appreciate the restriction in Region 7 that is the private land only, because I think some of our public lands are just, we're hearing that from the public that they are kind of at capacity. So I don't know. I'd be interested to hear any other thoughts on that, but something to be cognizant of moving forward when we do increase these opportunities. What sort of response are we going to see from the non-resident community?
Thank you. Any other comments or a motion? Either or.
I will make the motion. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the department's recommendations to implement LPT 499-00, one license per hunter, valid for September 1st to January 1st, valid in those portions of Fergus and Petroleum counties in Region 4. Authorize the use of existing LPT 599-00, one license per hunter for September 1st to January 1st in Region 5, and LPT 799-01, one license per hunter, valid for September 1st to January 1st, valid only on private land in Region 7, as presented by the department.
Second.
All right. I have the motion by Commissioner Brook. I have the second. I'm going to give this one to Vice Chair Walsh this time. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go out for public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vice Chair Walsh.
Just a quick comment. I think this is a success story, as Mr. Wakeling said. And I want to congratulate wildlife biologist Corey Lecker in Region 4 and his team for the work they've done to help bring this population up to where it is today, and creating opportunity for both resident and non-resident hunters to hunt turkey in the fall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, we'll go out for public comment. Anyone in the room want to comment? Seeing none, anyone in the regional offices? Eric?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone in the regional offices to comment.
Right. Anyone online?
Mr. Chairman, I have no attendees online wishing to comment.
Right. With that, we'll close the public comment session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Same sign. All right, motion carries. All right. Moving through the list. Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Ken McDonald, I'm the Division Administrator with the Wildlife Division. First of all, I'd like to welcome Commissioner Wargo. Happy to have you on board. Pertaining to that last item, I was just going to point out the legislature did pass a bill this session that requires non-residents can't start hunting upland birds, including turkeys, until 10 days after the start of a season for residents. So that may affect some of the issue you're talking about. So with that, our first agenda item, or the agenda item I'll be talking about, is the first one is approval of a forest management project on the Ray Coons Wildlife Management Area. This is about a 1,500 acre wildlife management area in Region 1, located kind of between Kalispell and Whitefish. What we're proposing is some various forest treatments to reduce hazardous fuels on about 358 acres of the wildlife management area. The treatments are primarily thinning and understory reduction, potentially some prescribed burning, and then also rehabilitation of treated sites through weed spraying and seeding. The department completed an environmental assessment on this. We had about 6 comments, all generally supportive. And then during the public the comment on the commission proposal. There was a couple others that similarly, one for and one against. Again, the treatments are focused on forest stands that are considered a declining condition or heading towards a successional phase that isn't as beneficial for wildlife. So all of our forest projects, the primary incentive is improve wildlife habitat. So with that, we're looking for your approval to proceed with this project.
Thank you, Ken. Any questions or comments? Take a motion as well. Commissioner Lane.
Chair Siebel, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Raccoons WMA Forest and Habitat Improvements and Fuel Reduction Project as proposed and identified in the decision notice.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Lane, second by Commissioner Burrows. All right, we have a motion on the table. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go out for public comment on the motion. Anyone in the room that's here would like to comment on the motion on the table? Seeing nobody, Eric, anyone in the regional offices?
No one in the regional offices, Mr. Chair.
All right, how about online?
I have no hands raised online, Mr. Chair.
All right, public comments closed on this motion, and any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Chair,
Commissioner Brook.
I just want to thank you for how great this package was. It was so much information. I really appreciate the work you did getting us all the background.
Great. Thank you. I'll pass that along.
Okay.
Thank you for the comment. Great. Mr. McDonald, next topic.
Next item is we're looking for approval to a proposal to add 18 new sites for grizzly bear relocation and remove one site from the list that's already approved. Those 18 sites are 10 of them are in Region 1, 5 in Region 2, and 3 in Region 5. And the one we're proposing to remove is a site on private land in Region 4. There's a little bit of background. In 2021, the legislature passed a statute that says FWP may only relocate bears to commission-approved sites. They also, that statute also says that FWP may not relocate bears if they're in conflict and outside of a federal recovery zone. So in those cases, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, if the decision is made to move a bear, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does that. And one thing to note is they're not constrained to commission approved sites. We do try and direct them there. But as long as the species is listed, they have authority to do what they want. So, and then the other kind of point along that line is, again, as a listed species, Fish and Wildlife Service ultimately has to approve any of the either relocation or euthanization recommendations that we put forward. So with that statute, in early 2022, the commission approved a list of approved sites for grizzly bear relocation, and the approval is for a 5-year period. It's a fairly extensive list, and that reason is for that is because of different conditions at different times of years and what's happened on the landscape. Is that enables maximum flexibility. So if there's a bear to move, that we can find a place where it's likely to not get into further conflict. The other thing with the approval back in 2022 was direction by the commission to, and I'll quote it, prioritize sites more than 10 miles from active grazing allotments and avoid sites that are near that unless there's no other option. So that's some direction from the commission. So again, we had a large number of sites that were provided just to give you some idea of how we're implementing that. In 2023, there were 9 grizzly bears that were relocated across the state. 4 of those were by Fish and Wildlife Service, 5 by FWP staff. In 2024, so last year, which was a busy year, we had 29 bears relocated. 13 by Fish Wildlife, 13 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the rest by our staff. Most of those are in Region 1, which is where we have highest density of bears and greatest potential for relocating. In terms of the proximity to livestock, of those 29 that were relocated, there were 2 that were within the 10 miles of livestock. One was in Region 4 on the east side. That was a situation where the bear got into trouble early, like in March. There was really limited number of places that you could even access. That was one that was moved by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and they moved it up to the North Fork of the Teton, about 8 miles away from livestock. And we also had one in Region 5 that was a preemptive move. So it was a bear that was around a campground that, so it had nothing to do with livestock. Hadn't got any food rewards yet. So our staff moved him to one of the approved sites in Region 5, which they think was within 10 miles of a livestock allotment, but it was the only choice they had in terms of a place to move it. So those were the 2. My staff did remind us that typically if we have a bear that's involved in a livestock depredation, we don't relocate it. Again, Fish and Wildlife Service has the option, but we don't do that. And similarly, if they get a food reward, they're less likely to get moved than if they haven't gotten into that kind of trouble. So that's the background. So we're proposing to add some sites. It's driven mainly by our Region 5 folks who, are seeing an increase in bears and have limited number of sites. But since we were coming to you, we queried the other regions and got these additional sites as well. These would be for the remainder of the 5-year period that the big list is already approved for. So basically they would be available for the 25 and 26, what I call the bear seasons, the conflict seasons. And then probably about this time next year, we'll seek commission approval or reapproval of the full list of sites. So you'll see these again next year, but this just gives us a little more flexibility till then. And then one other thing I wanted to point out is we had a new bill, House Bill 648, that passed the legislature this year that requires the department to notify the county sheriff and the county commission verbally and in writing within 24 hours of relocating a grizzly bear. So there's a communication piece that happens. And so we've directed our regional staff to reach out now to their county commissions and sheriffs to both let them know about where these sites are and then query about how do they want to be contacted. So that's in the works as well. So with all that said, we're looking for approval of these sites that are in your packet and the removal of the one site that's also in your packet, basically for the next 2 years.
Thank you, Ken. Just for clarification, then there's over 400 sites already approved, correct?
That's
since we're looking. Okay, yeah. We're adding 18 new ones to that. And then just one additional question would be, is it common to stay within the same ecoregion, or are we seeing a lot of movement back and forth between the north and south for biological or genetic reasons when they're moving them?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, typically the protocol is to keep them within the same recovery zone. So the Northern Continental Divide stays in the Northern Continental Divide. Exception to that is last year did purposely move 2 bears from the NCDE to the Greater Yellowstone. They actually were moved to the Wyoming portion of the Greater Yellowstone, specifically for genetic augmentation. And one of the criteria for moving those bears was that they weren't conflict bears. So these were bears that were randomly captured. They weren't involved in any conflict. And the idea there was more for genetic augmentation.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDonald, you went over some of the notification. Does Fish Wildlife Service have to notify anyone? Do they have any notification requirements?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, they do not, although we're working with them to ask them if they're going to move a bear. Hopefully they're consulting with our folks, and we we remind them, here's our list, and these would probably be the better sites. They don't have to follow that, but to date, they have in almost all cases. There's a couple of exceptions, move bears to our approved sites. And then with the passage of this bill, we're asking that if you're going to move a bear, let our folks know, and we will notify the county commissioner and sheriff, just like if we were moving it.
Okay, so follow up in that situation, there would be hopefully notification then with this process of them notify you and you go to commissioners or sheriff. And then do we track these bears? Is this public information somewhere that the public can find as far as bears released and where they released them at which site?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, there's actually another statute that says we have to, if we relocate a large predator, so black bears and grizzly bears in this case, because we don't move lions or wolves. If we move bears, there's a place on our website where we enter that information, where it was and when it was. And then we're working on a dashboard that'll make that a lot more public facing and available. But yes, the answer to your question is yes.
So now,
Commissioner Burrows.
So now a comment on this is on the one of the new proposed sites in Region 2, and that's the Sawmill Saddle, which it says is a U.S. Forest Service approved site or Fish Wildlife site. Since I don't have the exact pinpoint on that, I talked with the Forest Service. We looked at Sawmill Saddle. It's some point between Sawmill Saddle and 13130. But if you go from Sawmill Saddle, your straight line shot, I don't know how fast a grizzly can move 3 miles, but I would assume you drop him in the morning, he could be there by lunch. We have a residence within 3 mile straight shot of Sawmill Saddle and Gold Creek Campground within 4 miles. So I don't know if we have the ability to amend this list or deny that site, but based on my conversations with Forest Service, again, they wouldn't give me a support or opposition of it, but that was some of their concern without knowing that exact spot. The proximity to a residence and then multiple residences just a little bit beyond that, and Gold Creek Campground. So I don't know if you can address that or if you looked at that that would be the Sawmill Saddle relocation site and its proximity to structures, residence, and campground.
Right. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I'm not familiar with that personally. These were recommended by our regional staff who, aren't going to move a bear into a place where it's going to just get into conflict again. I don't know if Region 2 has staff on or not that can address that. But to the second part of your question is, yes, you have the ability to, if you want to amend the motion and withdraw some or all of these, that's your prerogative.
Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chair Siebel. I just noticed here where it was previously used by the U.S. Fish Wildlife Service. So I just didn't know, and I'm not really, if there was previous conflict when it was used prior. I don't know if anybody is able to even report on that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't see that it was a previously used site. It's a previously approved site, but I don't know that we've ever dropped a bear there.
Oh,
and so I guess my concern would be is that adding the potential for it looks like that based on the numbers that we just got, FWP relocates a little bit more than Fish Wildlife Service does, an increase in that potential almost double from just a Fish Wildlife Service site to now a Wildlife Service and an FWP site. I think there's better sites that can get them a little further back away from that front range where we're close proximity to houses and campground.
Needs for a comment or looking for a motion? Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, I would make an amendment to approve the additional sites, removing the Sawmill Saddle site.
Could you rephrase that in a motion?
Okay.
The motion's on page 2 there, if you flip the page and then if you want to modify that. And I guess from a procedural standpoint, you can make the motion any way you want, or you can make the base motion and then we can do an amendment like we did before. Or someone else can make the base motion and then you can do an amendment, whichever way you'd like to do it.
I don't know who made the motion.
We don't have
has
a
to be
motion on the
made.
floor. We haven't made the original motion yet.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're welcome to make the motion with the change in it as the original motion, or we can have what the department recommends and then doing a motion for an amendment. Vote on that and then go off like we have in the past.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move.
Vice Chair Walsh?
I was just going to make the motion.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the addition of 18 proposed grizzly bear relocation sites to the list of approved grizzly bear relocation sites, and the removal of one site as depicted in the accompanying spreadsheet through February of 2027.
Second. Second by Commissioner Lane. Motion by Vice Chair Walsh. And now Commissioner Burrows.
So I can make an amendment, or we can ask
Right,
for
you-
an amended motion by the motion maker,
You
whichever
can
way.
amend the
Just-
motion.
Yeah,
Amendment.
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend the
the motion.
proposed grizzly bear relocation sites to 17 approved sites, removing the Sawmill Saddle
Okay.
site from the list.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. We have an amendment motion by Commissioner Burrows and a second by Commissioner Brook. All right, let's have a discussion on the amendment that's on the floor, and then we'll do a commission vote like we, as we set up as our practice on that amendment before we go out for public comment. So any discussion on the amendment to which effectively removes one of these sites from the list? If there's no discussion on it, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Commissioner, Vice Chair Walsh, did you vote? He's an aye. That was a wave. He's an
Aye.
aye. Yes. So the amendment passes and is carried. So, Eric, is that clear as far as what the new motion on the table with the amendment is 17 sites, which would exclude specifically the Sawmill Saddle?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. All right, with that, we have an amended motion that will go out for public comment, and anyone in the room like to make comment? All right, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. And I'll be brief. My name's Frank Selassie. I'm the director of the Montana Wildlife Federation. We support Alternative A. We support the department's recommendation and to give greater flexibility to the department to manage human grizzly conflict here. No issue with the amendment, and welcome to Commissioner Wargo. Wanted to say that while I had the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Chair Siebel and fellow commissioners, I'm Jeff Darrah, D-A-R-R-A-H, and I represent Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife, and I forgot to welcome the new chairman, Ian Wargo. I look forward to working with you. On the grizzly sites, Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife is working hard with lots of people and agencies to get grizzly bears delisted. And when we see that we have 400 available sites to relocate grizzly bears, it causes concern. And part of that concern is the other side that doesn't want to delist grizzly bears looks at that and says, we need more bears because we have like 400 available sites. And so anyway, that is a concern. It seems like 400 sites available to release bears. I don't know, it's a concern. So far this year, we've had 7 bear human conflicts where grizzly bears have died in Montana. And our organization opposes the 2 relocation sites in Region 2 located in Ravalli County, the Ambrose Creek site and the Sawmill Gulch site. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, anyone in the regional offices?
I see no one in the regional offices, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone online?
No hands up online, Mr. Chairman.
All right. With that, any further discussion on the commission on the amended motion on the table? Hearing none, all those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion as amended carries. Eric, I think we'll go ahead and keep pushing through unless there's a hard deadline.
Very well, sir.
Or what, do we have time for lunch?
It's ready when you are, sir.
Okay. You guys good to push through? Keep going for now? Okay, great. We'll go ahead and jump right into Parks and Outdoor Rec and start up with elk hunting access agreements.
Chair Siebel, members of the commission, my name is Renee Lemon. I'm the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division Administrator. So our first item today is a request to approve 31 elk hunting access agreements for 2025. Just to give you a little bit of background on the program. So through these agreements, the department provides landowners with an elk license, permit, or a combination in exchange for allowing free public hunting access. And as far as what the process looks like to set up that agreement, so first the landowner fills out an application during the application period, which was April 1st to May 1st. And then FWP staff review applications and make a recommendation. Then legal staff work on drafting the agreements. And then we bring all of this before you, the Fish and Wildlife Commission, to make a decision on those agreements. To give you a sense for the main elements of the agreements, so they contain a description of the property, as well as a definition of the area that will be open to public elk hunting. The agreement describes the public hunting opportunity, including the number of public elk hunting days that will be allowed on the property and requirements for public hunters. It also describes the landowner or the landowner's designee and the public hunter licenses or permits and the process for selecting those public hunters. And then it ends with a whole list of terms. So we provided you all with a spreadsheet that gave you basic information for each of the agreements, such as the applicant's name, total acres enrolled, as well as information on the licenses and permits for both the landowner and the public hunters. The spreadsheet also provided links to each draft agreement, and at the end of each agreement, you could see the application. I just want to note that 11 of the 31 applications were new, which means that they were not included as part of the 2024 group. And there was one change in the last couple of days. So we missed that one of the applications, it's number 12, for Mr. Lencioni. We missed that that landowner had requested a second permit. So we did update the spreadsheet with that information, as well as the draft agreement, and we provided an update on the website, and you also received that update in an email. So that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions. I also have Jason Kuhl, our Hunting Access Program Manager, here today.
Thank you, Renee. I have a couple of questions I'll start with here. First of all, I want to say that this elk hunting access agreement is I think a success. When I first got on the commission, I think there was only 2 ranches that were really active in this. And now I think we've gone higher than 31, and I do want to find out about that. But I think this is a success and kind of goes along with the theme of the carrot approach to try to incentivize landowners to allow access versus the stick, which I think makes a lot of sense. I really also want to commend, because we had requested the satisfaction survey, and it's gotten better every year. And I really appreciate the work the department and your group has done on gathering those surveys and finding out, because it's about the quality and the quality of the access as much as anything. And so I really commend you on that. And I think and definitely encourage you to continue to get in more in depth in those surveys. So really good practice. A couple things that I did want to comment on and get your input on. One, on the survey side, there was several of the landowners noted that they didn't know who were bow hunters and who weren't, and some areas were better bow hunting. Something I would encourage is adding that potentially to the hunters and the hunter roster to try to figure out if there's a way to do that, to identify who might be an archery hunter that they could call in an area that's better that time of year. The other thing that I guess I call it a concern of mine, it is a concern for sure. I noted a lot of the public comments, a lot of the comments from the hunters, and then even the comments from the regions evaluating these applications mentioned that a lot of this land is already in block management. So my question for you, I'm really concerned. My initial reaction was, block management is great. This is great. I didn't realize that there was so much overlap. So I'll ask the question about how much overlap we have with block management is one of my questions. And the reason I'm asking that is because I think there's a real concern here on my part that this program is not going to be successful if the public doesn't have, if the perception is bad, and if the confidence of the public in this is bad, that these guys are doing block management, they're letting everybody in. I get selected off a roster and there's nothing special because they already let the public in to hunt. And I think that's a big concern. And I think it potentially is a threat or a detriment to the 454, as we used to call it, program. So I'd just like you to comment on that, and then and comment how the consideration is made when somebody has the same acreage in block management open, essentially either type 1 or type 2 to the public, and then tries to use that same acreage to justify the EHA permits.
Mr. Chair, I'm hearing maybe two questions in there.
There was a lot in there.
One was the number of applications that had overlap with block management. And then the second question was how we approach our review of these applications when we're looking at applications that do have overlap with block management. Did I capture
That's
that?
good. Yep.
Okay, I am going to defer with your permission to Jason Cool, because I think he'd have a better sense
Thank you.
on the number of projects and what the review looks like.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Cool.
Morning, Commissioners. As been noted, Jason Cool, Hunting Access Program Manager for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. In regards to your first question, Mr. Chair, block management and elk hunting access do overlap, and we have about half of these current applications that are also block management cooperators. In some cases, yes, the land is simultaneous. There's not additional land enrolled through elk hunting access that's not already currently enrolled in block management. In a couple other cases, we do have additional land being offered to these elk hunting access agreement participants, hunters, that is subset from a piece that's separate from their block management that would be open to these hunters. In terms of our review process, we do take the applications, the regions review them collectively with their local biologists, regional supervisors, enforcement, and our access staff push forward a recommendation, which is brought forward to you in the notes and comments in that master list. The legislature doesn't differentiate one program versus another as far as a landowner's ability to stack, meaning they can do that currently as it's written in code. We do have a number of landowners who are enrolled in block management who are just looking for that special permit. They have the general license through their opportunity to participate in block management as a condition of a different statute and their benefits for block management. What they're really looking for is that special permit, that piece that they need to harvest that either sex animal on their property. So that's kind of where the desire is coming from existing cooperators to also participate in this program. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, is that limited permit restricted to their property?
Correct, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows. With this program, all permits that are issued to landowners or their designees are restricted to their private land only or land that they lease for ag purposes.
Okay, thank you. And just as a follow-up, I was one of those people who drew that, got selected to that roster thinking, okay, you maybe have something special here. And you show up and it's just the gate's wide open. There's people in and out. And I talk to landowner, they're like, oh yeah, no, anybody can hunt here. So I think there is a lot of that go on with that roster where you get selected and you're like, okay, maybe I got an opportunity to hunt something, and it's block management. So I think the public probably should be aware of that. And that these things are stacks. They're getting paid for block management, then they're getting tags. And
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we have a comment from Vice Chair Walsh.
Vice Chair Walsh.
Yeah, Chair Siebel, question for Jason Cool. And the question is, I understand that the policy book for the selection of hunters, or the process for selecting hunters, was made late in the going, after applications had been received. And in no way does this, I don't want to disparage the program. I'm highly supportive of this program and encourage you and others in the department to promote it as much as you can, because there's still a lot of landowners who are unaware of it. But I heard that some ranch owners were turned off because the rules on how hunters would be selected was changed after their applications were submitted.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Walsh, so in terms of our standard operating procedures, our applications and our SOPs were posted on April 1st simultaneously. So there wasn't a change in the game after applications were available. Just want to make that clear. In terms of a consultation piece that I think Mr. Walsh is referencing, we have worked over the last few years to really solidify our process in terms of selecting the public hunters. And the way we do that is to post for 2 weeks on our website through my FWP starting July 1st, all of these opportunities. And to Commissioner Siebel's point about archery only versus, some maybe general license opportunity or either sex opportunity through the rifle season, we'll try and look and see if we can do something like that this year. But in terms of the public hunter signups, those will be available July 1st through July 15th. And then we will randomize those lists, verify that those folks do in fact hold the license, and then start at the top of the list for plugging in public hunters from our FWP selection side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Can I have a motion, please? Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chair Siebel. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2025 EHA agreements as recommended by the department, and if necessary, send to a random draw those applications in districts where the number of requests for permits or licenses for landowners or designees exceeds the department imposed cap of 10% of the commission adopted quota as displayed in the 2025 deer, elk, antelope, and hunting regulations.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Lane and a second by Commissioner Brooke. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we will take that out. Anyone here would like to make public comment on the motion on the table? See nobody. Eric, anyone in the regional offices?
I have no one on the regional offices, Mr. Chair.
And how about online?
I have no hands up online, Mr. Chair.
All right. Close the public comment on that. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. All right, Ms. Lemon.
Mr. Chair, our next item is related again to an access program. So this is to renew biennial rules for 3 recreation management areas. And just to give you a little bit of a background, through recreation management area agreements, private landowners provide year-round public access. And then FWP works with landowners to develop public use rules, which go to the Fish and Wildlife Commission every 2 years for approval. And the benefit of having these commission rules is it gives our wardens more enforcement discretion on the ground to enforce these rules. So we have 3 different agreements for you today. So the first one is the Stimson lumber property. This is about 130,000 acres this agreement was originally established in 2021, and this covers both regions 1 and 2. The second property is owned by Avista Power Company. This was originally established in 2016, and this includes a little over 5,000 acres. in Sanders County along the Clark Fork River. The third property is around 150,000 acres. This is owned by the Nature Conservancy. This is located in Region 2 and was originally established in 2015. So our recommendation is that the commission adopts or renews the biennial recreation management rules, which would continue these public access opportunities with clear rules that are enforceable by our wardens. And I'm happy to answer questions. We also have our Region 1 and 2 access managers in case you have detailed questions.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the biennial recreation management rules for the properties owned by Stimson Lumber, Avista, and the Nature Conservancy with no changes.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Burrows and a second by Commissioner Lane. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none or hearing none, go out for public comment on the motion. Anyone here would like to comment on this? Do you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, Frank Selassie with the Montana Wildlife Federation, members of the commission. MWF just wants to publicly thank the three applicants for their leadership in public access and wildlife stewardship and the stewardship of critical wildlife habitat in these different regions. We want to thank the department for their work with these landowners and the commission for your past support and encourage adoption and renewal of these leases. Thank you.
Thanks. Further comment? Oh, okay. Anyone else in the room like to comment? Seeing none, anyone at the regional offices, Eric?
I have no one in the regional offices, Mr. Chairman.
Online?
No hands online, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Public comments closed. Motion on the table. And any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Right.
Mr. Chair, the next agenda item is a request to temporarily close the Big Rock fishing access site. This is located in Region 5 on the Boulder River, just south of Big Timber. So what's been happening over a long period of time is the river is scouring the bank. And so it's getting very close to the fishing access site Loop Road. So we're proposing to relocate that loop road further away from the river and also make some other improvements to the fishing access site while we're at it. We're going to designate parking areas and also improve some campsites. Construction is anticipated to start between late July and November and last about 60 days. So this temporary closure would ensure public safety during that time period. I also just want to note that staff work to avoid the peak use of this site, which is typically spring and early summer. So again, we're recommending that the commission adopt a temporary closure of the Big Rock fishing access site during a 60-day period, starting sometime between late July and November of 2025 to protect public safety.
Commissioner Lane.
Chair Siebel, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the temporary closure of the Big Rock fishing access site during a 60-day period starting sometime between late July and November of 2025.
Need a second. I have a motion by Commissioner Lane, a second by Commissioner Brook. Any discussion on the motion?
Chair Siebel?
Commissioner Brook.
I have a couple questions. Where's the next closest fishing access site that the public would be able to utilize?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brook, we have Mike Ruggles online, and I'm actually going to have him answer that question, if that's okay.
Okay.
Is Region 5 online? There he is.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mike.
Good afternoon. This is Mike Ruggles with Region 5. Hello, Chair or Commissioner Siebel, Commissioner Brook. So the closest one is actually a city-owned property just downstream of this, a couple miles, just above the confluence of the Boulder. The next one up is substantially higher up near McLeod. Does that help?
Yes.
Spatially
yes.
there.
Yes, follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So you have a campground there. I I don't know how, you sent me the spreadsheet on the campgrounds and I hadn't really looked at that one. Are you going to be displacing a lot of campers there or?
Mr.
So this,
Chair, Commissioner Brook, yeah, I'll just defer that to
Okay.
Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Siebel, Commissioner Brook. So the displacement, we're going to try to minimize and not actually use the full 60-day. But that is the time frame that the contractors, once we select one, would have the time to get that done. So there might be some opportunity for a few of those sites to be used in there, but if not, there are some sites where you're just this week finishing up with some expanded camping at the site up at near McLeod. That's our Boulder Forks fishing access site. There's also opportunities at several private campgrounds and in public ones, several of those along the Yellowstone. For camping in the late summer, this is typically turns out to be more fall camping in there once the stream flows drop and we see people not floating in there. And so there's this kind of a little slowdown at that site, which is what we're hoping for the contract to land into that time period. So we could potentially impact some hunt camps that use that in the fall or some late angling camps, but there are some other opportunities not very far away.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and go out for public comments on the closure, the motion for the closure on the table. Anyone present? Seeing nobody, anyone at the regional offices?
I have no commenters in the regional offices, Mr. Chair.
Anyone online?
I also have no commenters online, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Right.
Next is a request to temporarily close the Beaverhead River. So now we're going to Region 3, and this is right in Dillon. MDT is proposing to do some redecking work on the Highway 91 bridge over the Beaverhead. The work is tentatively planned to start sometime between late August and early September. They're looking at September 8th right now, and it would last about 7 weeks. So in order to protect public safety, we're proposing to close the section of the river from Cornell Park Fishing Access Site to Selway Fishing Access Site, and that's the nearest put in and take out that include that bridge. Staff are proposing to work really closely with MDT to alternate between a full closure and a partial closure where folks would still be able to float through a channel of the river. And again, this time of the year won't be peak season, and so they're not anticipating a huge impact to the public. So this is a recommendation to adopt alternative B, which would be that temporary closure alternating between full closure and partial closure that would start sometime around late July.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Chairman Siebel. What is the notification process for the public? That just seems like it's going to be problematic.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lane, so great question. So my understanding is that we put out a press release and then we also put up site closures. And I know that our staff are also talking about reaching out to area businesses and outfitters that use that stretch of river.
Any other questions or comments? If not,
Chair, I move the
Brooke.
Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt a temporary closure on the Beaverhead River from Cornell Park Fishing Access Site to Selway Park FAS during a 7-week period starting late August, alternating between full and partial closures as necessary to accommodate safety concerns.
A motion by Commissioner Brooks, second. Anyone?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Burrows. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, anyone here present would like to comment publicly?
Thank you, Commissioner. Shannon Manus. I'm the representative for Beaverhead County, District 70 down there. And I figured I would be talking to you about lions, but we'll talk about the river. That's a very low used area for floating. So I would actually be in favor of the full closure or anything if we have to do longer with the alternating, because that's going to create a pretty big detour around Dillon. So the inconvenience is going to be much bigger on the people using the road versus the river at that time of year. So anything to do to speed that up. If you want to go full closure on the river, you'll make a whole lot more people happy if we can shorten the length of the project to get that highway. I mean, that's a state highway right there. So no issues on closing it. I don't know what their thought was on how they determined temporary closures or alternating to a full closure. So either way, whichever would work to get the project done the fastest would get the most support from the people there to get that highway back open. It's going to detour cattle haulers, combines, everything. There's a lot of ag there. So we support it. We want that bridge fixed in the quickest possible way. So whatever way you think works, we support quickest. Thank you.
Any other commenters? Seeing none, anyone in the regional offices
Mr. Chairman, I have no commenters in the regional office.
and online?
And I have no hands raised online, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Just one question, Ms. Lemon. Based on that last comment, what Fish Wildlife Parks doing based on our rotating closures have any impact on the schedule that DOT is going for completion? Just to make sure.
Yeah, Chair Siebel, I don't believe so. We're working closely with MDT. We want to make sure that we're accommodating them so they can get the project done.
Okay. So just to confirm that, then what we're doing is not going to delay what's happening with the road construction, the bridge construction project.
Siebel, that's correct.
Even with the rotation on and off. Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone have any other questions or follow-up?
Chair Steele.
Yes, Vice Chair Walsh.
Just an editorial comment. I have no idea what the flexibility is for this project on the start date, but given Mr. Strainer's earlier commentary about drought conditions and what we're already seeing with early Hoodell implementation, this section, the river's either going to be on Hoodell or closed completely this August. So if you could accelerate the construction project based on that, it may be helpful.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Ms. Lemon.
Mr. Chair, last one here. We're going back to access programs. So this is a request to initiate rulemaking to allow the commission to adopt the rules of individual landowners that are part of public access agreements. So to give you a little bit of background on this one, Quentin mentioned Senate Bill 83, which was an agency bill that was approved by the legislature and the governor for this last session. And what that bill does is it adds an item to your list of powers or authorities in statute. So it says that the commission shall adopt the rules of the individual landowners governing the public use of each landowner's property managed by the department under active public access agreements with private landowners. And the benefit of this is that it gives our enforcement more discretion to enforce these rules. So if the commission approves this request, the department will start the rulemaking process and bring public comments and the final rule back to you at the October meeting. So we would recommend that you do authorize us to file a rulemaking notice with the Secretary of State to initiate this rulemaking process. And Jeff Hindoin is intimately familiar with this bill and can answer any detailed questions.
Thank you. Any questions or follow-up? Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission authorize the filing of the MAPA rulemaking notice to initiate the process for the adoption of the rule framework required by SB 83.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Burrows and a second by Commissioner Lane. Any discussion or questions? None. Anyone here from the public would like to comment on the motion on the table? Seeing no one, anyone at the regional offices, Eric?
Mr. Chairman, I have no one in the regional offices to comment.
And anyone online?
Mr. Chairman, I have no commenters online.
Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We've only got one more agenda item, so I think we should just push through and then we'll do our public comment for things that are not on the agenda last. So we'll go ahead and move into the legal unit, and Jeff.
All right, Chair Siebel, members of the commission. This agenda item is another Montana Administrative Procedure Act related gesture. As you'll recall, this is the back end piece, however, and this is the product of a citizen petition that was submitted to the commission last fall, requesting that the commission undertake rulemaking to adopt a regulation that would prohibit motorized watercraft on the Bull River from its headwaters to its confluence with the Clark Fork River in Sanders County. At your February meeting, you took action to move forward with that rulemaking process in the same fashion you just took action a moment ago to move the Senate Bill 83 regulation forward. Since that time, the department staff, we've run this through the Montana Administrative Procedure Act rulemaking process, including notification that the rule is out there, notification of the opportunity to submit public comment, and conducting a public hearing for anyone interested proposing or in providing additional information. During that MAPA process, we didn't have anyone participate in the public hearing component, and the only written information submitted into the process were those items that were just provided by Mr. Wickman the other day. I apologize for that oversight. Should have got them in the agenda items a little bit sooner, but those were staff memos from both enforcement and the biology folks in Region 1. Just advising that from a departmental perspective on the enforcement side, the enforcement folks do see the benefit of at least a motorized horsepower restriction on that stretch as far as addressing the safety current concerns that served as the basis for the petition, but that it wouldn't see a need for prohibition of all motorized watercraft use. And then the fisheries biology folks just noted that adopting a horsepower restriction or a motor type restriction of the type referred to by the enforcement staff would produce fewer impacts on the fishery for sure and the bank structure than you would have in the absence of any restriction. So that's the record that's before you with respect to this particular petition. You have the petition itself had the documented photographs of the use that they wanted to stop. You had the testimony at that hearing in terms of advocating for your initiation of this process, and then you have this map of record before you now. So the alternatives then for the commission at this point would be to not adopt any form of regulation, leave the status quo in place, or adopt a regulation that either prohibits the use of any motorized watercraft or the use of watercraft just with a greater than a certain amount of horsepower, 10 horsepower, whatever that case may be. And as noted in the cover sheet, you have as a commission received similar petitions to this in the past couple of years and have in response to those adopted certain motorized watercraft restrictions. So that's the decision point at this point.
Thank you. Any questions or follow-up? Commissioner Burrows.
Does that Region 1 area have any sort of motorized restriction that we could adopt for? Because it looked like enforcement was okay, and I maybe even recommend a little bit keep that in to avoid some conflict. So, but I didn't see a horsepower recommendation up there by any. See that in there.
Do we have one from enforcement on?
Chair Siebel, Commissioner Burrows, I don't know of one specific to a Region 1 water body. There are those flat prohibitions on portions of the Clark Fork upstream of this, but I'm not sure that there's one that's got a specific horsepower number.
Mr.
Chairman. Commissioner Burrows.
The tribe has a horsepower restriction on the Flathead, I think, right there as you come. I mean, that's heading towards that Bull River area. It's a little ways away, but as you're following the Flathead and then the Clark Fork down, And I don't know what that is, or if, and maybe enforcement could give us a number that would be reasonable based on any sort of restriction anywhere else that would.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anyone online from enforcement, but we can get somebody quickly.
Okay.
Chair Siebel,
Vice Chair Walsh.
Wasn't the regulation to limit the Boulder River to 10 horsepower?
Yes, that's correct. We had some seasonal limitations on stretches and a horsepower limitation of 10 horsepower. That was after a long process and a lot of public involvement on the Boulder, the restrictions we put on.
10.
Yes. A reasonable number.
Thank you.
If just to get things going here, I'd like to make a motion based on the information gathered through the MAPA rulemaking process and the other information presented to the commission. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt a final regulation prohibiting the use of any motorized watercraft greater than 10 horsepower on the Bull River from its headwaters to its confluence with the Clark Fork River.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion on the table from Vice Chair Walsh and a second from Commissioner Wargo. And this is for a 10 horsepower limit, which is consistent with the Boulder River. Does that, do we want to, what's the will of the commission? You want to wait
I'm good.
to have? Okay, good.
I think that's sufficient.
It is consistent. Good point. Eric, you can call that off. Okay. So we have a motion on the table, and that is to grant the process to grant the petition to limit the use of motorized watercraft greater than 10 horsepower. Just to be clear with everyone. All right. With that, any comment on the motion before we go out for public comment? Hearing none. Anyone here and present would like to comment? Seeing no one. Eric, anyone in the regional offices?
No commenters in the regional offices, Mr. Chair.
And anyone online?
I do have one hand raised, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, and I will hatchet this last name. I apologize. Poyas. Go ahead, please.
All right.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Sarah Poyas. That's Poiez, and I'm the watershed coordinator for the Lower Clark Fork Watershed Group, which is based here in Sanders County, Montana. At roughly 24 miles in length, the Bull River is one of the larger tributaries to the Lower Clark Fork River, with large areas of private land within the riparian floodplain areas. This large private ownership within the drainage resulted in historical land use practices, lots of riparian forest clearing, stream bank modifications that have really resulted in this drainage being listed as impaired for sediment by the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. This impairment is largely due to stream banks being susceptible to erosion due to extensive riparian tracts of reed canary grass, which provides insufficient rooting depth for bank stability. By working with private landowners, state and federal agencies, and a local utility, the Lower Clark Fork Watershed Group has been committed to enhancing aquatic resources within the Bull River drainage. This work has entailed the leveraging of nearly $500,000 to establish native woody riparian species on over 13 different private properties, as well as cooperative efforts on U.S. Forest Service and other land holdings over roughly 15 miles of river frontage. These efforts, which began in 2001, represent considerable commitment in time and resources in reestablishing mature woody riparian vegetation is a process that requires decades. So through our involvement with these restoration efforts and communication with private landowners, the Lower Clark Fork Watershed Group believes that the aquatic and riparian resources are imperiled by actions that act to increase the shear stress, unnatural wave action, and other erosive forces on the fragile stream banks of the Bull River. For this reason, the Lower Clark Fork Watershed Group supports placing the motor restriction on the Bull River. And just from a standpoint of being very familiar with the Bull River and living in Sanders County, I think that this is a very wise decision, even at a safety level as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Mr. Chairman, I have Arthur Potts. Go ahead, please, Mr. Potts.
Good afternoon, Chair Siebel and commissioners. My name is Arthur Potts. I am the
terrestrial program leader with Avista, overseeing our lands on the Clark Fork River. I'm also on the Western Montana Conservation Commission as the hydropower representative. However, I'm not speaking on behalf of those organizations today. I am a private landowner with frontage on the Bull River, and I would corroborate everything that Mrs. Poyesh just stated, and I'm in support of the horsepower restriction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further commenters online.
All right, thank you. Public comment period is closed, and any further discussion from the commission? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we don't have anything from land and water or enforcement at this meeting. So last thing on our agenda is public comments for any items that were not on the agenda today. So do I have anyone here who'd like to comment on anything that was remember not on the agenda? And again, limited to 2 minutes.
Thank you. At the risk of standing between everyone here and lunch, I'll rise again. Frank Salassi with the Montana Wildlife Federation, Mr. Chair, and fellow commissioners. One, MWF would just like to thank the department. We've been attempting to turn out members and do-it-yourself hunters and anglers to FWP mule deer meetings, season setting, the water meetings. We appreciate the department leadership in recognizing BMM, Black Management Cooperators recently. And we are also going to be turning out folks to the State Wildlife Action Plan stakeholders meetings in July and August and September as FWP leads the revision to that important document. We stand and would like to thank publicly Representative Ken Walsh of Twin Bridges for his leadership in getting House Bill 932 passed. A number of those elements will be coming before this commission, and we look forward to working with each of you in the department to implement House Bill 932. And finally, because time is short, I brought an executive summary. There's a lot happening at the federal level on public land transfer. We're deeply concerned about the Senate provision. We're working with our two good senators, Senator Daines and Senator Sheehy, to support the Daines amendment to strip that provision. Representative Zinke fulfilled that commitment to public lands in the House version of this. We commissioned a report with former DNRC Director John Tubbs. It's available on our website, but I brought, with your permission, Commissioner, the executive summary to circulate to the commission just for education purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give it to Eric. Thank you. Any further comments on items not on the agenda? Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, my name is Jim Bell. I'm from Bozeman, a lifelong hunter and fisherman. Last summer, the commission voted unanimously to reinstate 2 wolf management units north of Yellowstone National Park. The intent was that by dividing the quota of 6 into a quota of 3 for each unit, it would prevent a concentrated harvest on a single wolf pack in Yellowstone National Park. Wolf Management 313 closed on October 26th after 4 wolves were harvested on October 25th. A few days later, a 5th collared wolf was found dead from gunshot wounds. This significantly exceeded the quota established by this commission. More significantly, all of these wolves came from Yellowstone National Park's 8-mile pack. 2 were females, 2 were males, 2 were collared. This specifically is what this commission was trying to prevent. Last year's regulation modification was a significant positive improvement, and I thank the commission for that. It's obvious, however, that this rule change by itself will not resolve concentrated harvest on Wolf Management Unit 313. Please consider an additional special harvest regulation for Wolf Management Unit 313 and 316. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present like to make a comment? Seeing nobody, anyone at the regional offices
I have no commenters in the regional offices, Mr. Chairman.
or online?
No online commenters, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public comment for items not on the agenda. And since we have nothing else, we will go ahead and officially adjourn this meeting of the commission. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And see everybody in August.
Well done, Mr. Chairman.
Very well.